All right, folks, wait no longer. Your drip feed of terrible opinions and conclusions, offered prematurely, has arrived. What's up? Hello. And early, yes. Well, I started the pre-stream early, so, you know. Vosh jump scare, my volume was on max. Sounds like a skill issue to me, personally. Hello. What's in the docket today, Vosh? You know, quite a few things, actually. Thank you, Pug Walrus. You should blast the FNAF jump scare sounds next time. Yeah, I need to open every stream with the, what is it, Troubadour's March? The one that Freddy plays when he's about to jump scare you in Five Nights at Freddy's 1. Yeah, that'll get people, you know. Ah, my God. What is the Red Thread podcast, MX Dizzy? Also, guys, check it out. Look, I didn't put any product in my hair. This is just the consequence of me conditioning it and only shampooing it every other day. I feel like a god. Who could have known that not shampooing every day would make my hair less frizzy? Who could have guessed? Nobody knew. Only I could have found this out. Red Thread is Moist Boy and Wendigoon? Ah, I see. I want to see if I can grow my hair out a little bit, Vermin Hands. Thank you, Covert NATObot. I think I'm pretty good at it. Yes, I agree that I need to cut my hair in the sides, but I wouldn't mind having generally longer hair. Did you see this Cohen video? Cohen video? Wait, is that a joke? Oh, you mean Brian Tyler Cohen? Okay, I thought... Never mind, I thought you meant... Yeah. No, I haven't seen this video. I don't really watch political content on YouTube. Conan O'Brien retired. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's an older video, or if he's just like posting to fucking Twitter or whatever. I don't fucking know. Yeah. He did? I don't know. I'm just going along with what Chad said. I don't give a shit about Conan O'Brien. Michael Cohen? Yes, that Cohen. Nice, Adam, man. Would you ever dye your hair? Maybe. You should react to Steven Crowder's commentary in Colombia? No. Dude, Steven Crowder is washed. Nobody gives a fuck. I don't care. Nobody cares. Why NYU professor says instructors who are protesting should be fired? Cool. Oh, from CNN too. You know, not even like Fox News or anything. Just like, yeah, man. Hell yeah. From a School of Business professor, of course.
A Trojan horse, perhaps. I'm Michael Smerconish in Philadelphia. This week, the University of Southern California, where nearly 100 arrests have been made amidst protests since the university canceled its Muslim valedictorian speaker, announced it was now canceling its main stage commencement ceremony next month. They cited insufficient time to carry out, quote, new safety measures. It's the latest, most...
Total fucking bullshit, by the way. Total fucking bullshit. They literally just want to punish the students. They're just punishing the students. The only reason they're canceling the ceremony is because they know that every student who goes up there is going to do like a Free Palestine bit up there on stage with everyone watching. It's just going to be like a conga line of graduating students doing it, and they don't want that, so they're canceling it. It has nothing to do with security. Total bullshit.
High-profile ramification of the surge of pro-Palestinian protests disrupting campuses all across America. Students saying they have a right to free speech. Jewish students saying that speech is often anti-Semitic.
No. What citation? I see media pundits saying that. Most of the Jewish students that I've seen are protesting with the protesters. Totally, just saying it. Just whatever. Media just making narratives, you know? Whatever. Just whoop. Got a narrative? Let's say it.
So what is the current reaction? Are protesters...
You look like a fucking egg.
modern-day Greeks who used a deceptive tactic to enter the campus and defeat the Trojans.
What?
Me, I'm sympathetic to the university presidents and administrators.
Always the best people to side with in these situations, by the way, you know? Me, I'm sympathetic to the university administration, the bloated bureaucracy that makes, like, hundreds of millions of dollars, you know, like, sapping life and money out of the system while providing nothing in return. That's true.
Who now have to engage in a difficult balancing act. Campuses have become the staging ground for America's growing divide over supporting Israel as it retaliates for Hamas's October 7 attacks.
It's not a growing divide, actually. With every day that passes, more and more Americans are becoming supportive of the Palestinian cause. This guy is a Republican who became an independent like 15 years ago. He's a talk radio host, so you know, complete scum. It's always like that, isn't it? You know? It's always fucking like that. Always, yeah, dude. I'm a self-described lifelong Republican and former GOP administration appointee. He left the Republican Party during the Obama administration. He hosts a morning radio show. Yeah. Exactly this kind of person. Like to a T, you know? Law school, obviously. Penn Law. Oh, man. This guy's got quite the rap sheet.
Hundreds were arrested at pro-Palestinian protests and encampments at several major U.S. universities around the country. Friday, Columbia University announced that it had banned the student leading the university's
Regret to inform all of you that his suit looks pretty good.
Pro-Palestinian protests. A student spokesperson for Columbia's apartheid...
Oh, here it is. Here's the one TikTok with 27 likes where he says, or they, I don't know, you can never tell with these woke students or whatever, that they said some vaguely threatening shit about anti-Semitism and then got, like, immediately, what was it, expelled, and everyone denounced it. 27 likes. Juan Guy.
Divest Coalition acknowledged that in a past Instagram video he had said, quote, Zionists don't deserve to live.
Well, technically not anti-Semitic, but is there the possibility he's a plant? No, I remember watching the video, and the thing that they said in the video wasn't even this is out of context slightly. This was like a Glass Israel moment where it's like if you want to, like, Artemy, stop eating all the red light with your what you can't eat. Why? What are you doing with that leg? You meowing? Woo! He wants to eat me. I can feel it. I can feel it. Can somebody provide that original video again?
Meanwhile, the movement is also...
All I'll say is there's a reason why they're summarizing the video and not just showing the clip.
So proliferating to campuses around the globe, from Paris to Rome to England to Australia. Several American schools suspended classes or moved them online, and some campuses shut down completely. But I say campuses shouldn't close, nor should they permit tents. Tents aren't speech. Tents are trespassing. They need
No, they're not. That's not trespass.
To balance those interests, the interests of those who want to protest without hate speech or otherwise inciting violence, and within the rules established by these private universities, balance those interests while ensuring that the university community at large can carry on its functioning. For example,
this is how, like, civility-pilled conservatives go about suppressing free speech, you know? You have the, like, militant Zionist McCarthyite types who are screeching about how all these students are terrorist Hamaslings and how all of them hate America. And then there are people who are like this guy, while making this face, unironically saying, in this instance, I am sympathetic to the campus administration. A sentence that could only be uttered by the absolutely deranged, you know?
Here in Philadelphia at the University of Pennsylvania, the interim president issued a letter to the Penn community on Friday night demanding that the pro-Palestinian protesters on campus disband their Gaza Solidarity encampment immediately because of alleged legal and university policy violations, adding that anti-Semitic graffiti on the statue in front of College Hall will be investigated as a hate crime.
That's already the case. Artemy's still trying to eat all the red light, and I don't know why. Vosh video.
Collective that
wow, that's quite the voice. I forgot.
people, that person, some persons need to die if they have an ideology that results in the death of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. If there are people like that who exist, shouldn't they die? Zionists, they're Nazis.
I don't know. This sounds like Vaushite rhetoric to me. This is making me homophobic. Sorry, y'all.
They're Nazis. They're fascists. They're supporters of genocide. Why would we want people who are supporters of genocide to live? I'm confused. Someone in the chat right now.
All right. But is he wrong? Whoa, being really presumptuous with the he right there, okay? Being real presumptuous. In all seriousness, guys, like very obviously, if you are in any way associated with the protest and you do this shit, like your fellow protesters should take you to like the room where they you know, they should take you to the ball pit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, this is like op shit. Okay, why would the deep state even bother with ops when people like this exist? You know, it's called Fed posting for a reason, because this motherfucker be glowing.
This morning, 6 a.m., I went to the Penn campus. I wanted to see for myself. It's my alma mater for law school. Nobody seemed awake as I walked around the encampment. Had they been, I wanted to ask somebody, how many of you are students? I'm most sympathetic to the students.
Wow, what an interesting anecdote for you to share. I drove around and didn't see anything, but if I did see something, I would have done something. Okay, thank you. That was very good. Thank you.
Especially the seniors who right now should be enjoying the last month of class and camaraderie, but are instead fearful, forced to study remotely, and now...
Oh yeah, dude. Seniors definitely not participating in this. Are you fucking kidding me? Again, all of these are efforts to talk about the protesters as though they're an outside force, imposing themselves in the university. They're not students. The students are cowering in fear. They're not allowed to enjoy their stuff, which is total bullshit. These are the students, you know?
Denied the pomp and circumstance that they've earned. And keep this in mind, any member of the college class of 20...
Nobody ever mentions the counter-protesters are not students. Yeah! In so many of these pro-Palestine protests, the counter-protesters that show up are the outsiders. You have students who are protesting in favor of Palestine, and then you have a bunch of, like, grifting dipshits who show up with Israeli flags to yell at people, you know? Like, I saw this video literally earlier. Look at this. Look at this sad fucking
I'm here for
stupid bullshit.
We've been seeing all over the news all the craziness that's happening on college campuses, especially at UCLA, so I decided to come here for myself. Do you mind if I interview?
I'm not going to talk to media.
Excuse me, do you guys want to tell me what's going on here?
No, sorry, we're not.
No.
We're not letting any media in the camp, just so you know.
I love the spooky music.
Are we allowed to ask you guys a few questions about it? A lot of us just don't feel comfortable.
I can direct you to media liaison.
We're not gonna interview with you today. We're not gonna engage with people that are gonna be pushing us.
Never seen anything like this in my life.
No, agitators aren't allowed.
Talk to one of our media.
They won't speak to me. No one will speak to me.
This is called revolutionary bureaucracy, where at a protest of like 1,000 students, everyone's like, yeah, you need to talk to this one guy called Doug, okay? Go talk to Doug over there. You can tell him he's got like a yellow hat on, and you go over to Doug, and Doug's like, sorry, I'm on lunch. And he's just standing there. He's just standing there. No, he doesn't have any food in his hands or anything. He's like, yeah, I'm on lunch, sorry. You have to wait a bit.
There's a desk over there with media.
I've spoken to them. They won't speak to me.
Well, then you can try again.
I've tried, and this lady specifically is telling me I'm an agitator.
Don't engage with agitators in this.
I'm just trying to understand what you're protesting. For some reason, no one from your guys' team will let you guys speak, and I don't know why you guys can't speak to me.
This grifting piece of shit, it was so desperate for content, to try to milk some content out of what is happening. People keep Fed posting. These grifting pieces of shit are so desperate to milk some content out of the protesters. But if you are a protester, you should not talk to anybody at all. Just don't do it. Okay? You're gonna end up like that fuck on Instagram we just watched.
Speak to me.
And like, this is so intimidating and scary for you.
It's so scary. Everyone's just not talking to me. It's so scary. It's so... I was going to try to manufacture a narrative about how terrifying all you Hamaslings are, but you're not saying anything. So I have to manufacture that narrative with no evidence at all. And it's very clear I came here with a presumption, and I was coming here for a bias that I was trying to enforce with whatever. And I would clip all of you and force you out of context. So it made you look scary, but you're not saying anything. So I have to pretend this is scary.
And like, this is so intimidating and scary for you guys to be standing here. I literally have walked around for the past 2 hours just asking peaceful questions. Like, what's going on?
Peaceful questions. See, look, she's even imitating the rhetoric she would have used if she had been able to manufacture that narrative. You're all violent and scary. I'm just trying to ask questions. I'm just trying to be reasonable. That was all she came here to do. This is why you don't talk to outside people.
Going on here today? Why are you guys here? And no one can speak to me. And you guys are laughing. I don't understand how this is funny. I genuinely wanted to learn from you, and I wish we could have ended in a hug.
Yep. See, exactly the like civility. All of this was rhetoric that was practiced beforehand. I wish we could have ended in a hug. Nothing has happened here. She's doing all of this absent any outside influence, you know?
That's actually what I hoped from this. That's my dream from all of this, that we could understand each other.
I think we need more barricade, guys.
Phenomenal. Yeah, phenomenal. That was posted by her, by the way. She thought that made her look good. Montana Tucker. After seeing everything that on the news, I decided to go to UCLA myself. I can't believe this is what the world has come to. People not talking to me and giving me content? And it's getting ratioed into oblivion. Yeah.
2024 was likely a high school graduate in the spring of 2020. Back then, there were no traditional commencement exercises on account of COVID. So first an act of God, and now an act of cowardice is robbing them of graduation.
What? Protesting is cowardice? What?
At USC, the administration first capitulated to complaints about the controversial views of its valedictorian and then compounded its error by canceling other main stage commencement speakers, including director John Chu and tennis legend Billie Jean King, before canceling the main commencement altogether.
Okay.
I'm also suspect as to whether this is completely organic. This week on CNN, I saw...
See, again, this guy's narrative, it's all, this is all, he would say it's Soros, but that's not his bent, right? Like, this is like the civility line, like the older Republican line, right? Anti-American, it's coming from outside the house, that kind of shit.
Interview with a self-described 66-year-old gentleman who was drawn to the campus.
This is a good day to go to jail, as Martin Luther King said. I can't believe it.
Right off the bat, man. Hey, I want to make these protesters look unsympathetic. Let me find an old, friendly-looking black man who immediately invokes MLK Jr. I want to make these protesters look bad. Let me just summon an avatar of the last great civil rights movement that basically everyone is compelled to have positive memories of, because even in Republican circles, they still have to pretend they're not so racist that they hate MLK Jr., you know?
They're gonna start locking up senior citizens. I'm 66, and somebody had to
God,
come and support these young people. They're not alone. That's why I'm here.
Wow, that was terrifying. I'm having suspicions about whether these protests are organic. Let me show you the most sympathetic, likable clip you've ever seen in your life.
How many more of the protesters are...
Had he seen that clip beforehand? I bet he hadn't. Fuck. He's doing this segment for the news. They queue up the clips in the show, in the studio. He's like, okay, yeah, here's the lead-in, 66-year-old guy or whatever. He sees the clip play as it plays live, and he's like, fuck, I don't have anything to say about that. Wait, wait, I was gonna like go off on how this all feels manufactured. I can't say anything about this, you know? Look at him.
Not alone. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, wait. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can go off on this one.
How many more of the protesters are not active students?
That's fine. That's a lot. That's not a secret. It's not a secret that they're not all students. Like the vast majority are, but it's not a secret that they're not all. They're protests. Like this was the case during the anti-war Vietnam protests as well. Like mostly students, non-students could come in. That's how it works.
Consider this. In its spring 2024 survey of voters aged 18 to 29, the Harvard Kennedy School Institute of Politics found that the Israel-Hamas conflict ranked way down on the list of issues of primary concern to young voters. The top 5 most important to this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Americans tend not to heavily prioritize foreign policy. That's always been the case. When was this when was this polling done? Like, this poll was released in the spring of 2024, but when was the actual polling date? You know?
This age group, inflation.
Actually, wait, I'm curious. Hold on. Harvard Kennedy. Okay, hold on. Harvard Kennedy School spring 2024 youth poll. I'm just curious when they actually got the data from. Here we go. So when did they... Okay, conducted between March 14th and 21. So it was definitely after, yeah, the conflict began. Okay, yeah. So leaving aside the absence of that potential hamper, like that bias, the idea that Americans tend not to be as concerned with foreign issues isn't that surprising.
Healthcare, housing, gun violence, and jobs. Israel-Palestine ranked 15 out of 16. By the way,
right next to student debt, by the way. Do you want to pretend that student debt isn't a big issue to literal active enrolled students in the Harvard Kennedy School of Politics? Or do you think it's possible that the question, like... Wait, hold on a second. I have a feeling this guy's lying to me right now. I don't know. I have a feeling that this doesn't represent exactly what he says it represents. The table below shows the percentage of the time an issue was rated as more important than the issue was matched against. We identified 16 prominent areas of concern, asked survey respondents in a series of randomized matchups which one of the two paired issues was more important to them. Wait, two paired issues? Which one's being paired against which one? Wait, percent that each issue wins against the field. Oh, so this is just like a comparison against other random issues? And for what? Like, electorally or generally? More important to them. Okay. So the average student found Israel-Palestine less important, I guess, than jobs or inflation. It's not even like an indication of how they feel, but rather like a comparative assessment between these factors. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if this is saying what they want it to say, you know. Like foreign issues versus American issues.
Beat out just student debt. I don't underestimate the significance of the situation in Gaza, especially where famine is a real risk. Netanyahu...
It's not a risk, it's happening, but, you know.
...who seems intent on moving into Rafah. And NBC is now reporting that an investigation into 7 deadly airstrikes has found that Palestinians were killed in areas of southern Gaza that the Israeli military had explicitly designated as safe zones.
Shocking.
Still, it's curious that there was no similar campus...
Curious.
...activism on abortion rights, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or threats to democracy.
Why would there... First of all, why would there be campus protests on the Russian-Ukraine war? Something we're not involved... It's not like America is heavily investing in Russian arms and protecting Russia in the UN, or like, that's okay. Second of all, as for the abortion issue, there have been constant ongoing protests. The main difference, though, is that universities are generally packed with people who are pro women's choice. And the reason what's happening at Columbia is happening right now is because the University of Columbia is invested in Israel. Like, the university has heavy financial ties to Israel, you know? Like, that's an issue. America is very economically intertwined with Israel. There's levels of support. that are like dispersed all across our society. Whereas with the abortion issue, it's more of a like militant Christian Republican evangelicism thing, and that's not really a force on campus for the most part. Like if you were protesting in favor of like the right to have a choice to have an abortion or whatever on campus, like what are you protesting against, right? You know, you normally need that like that sort of contrast in an environment to cause the protests. The same thing happened with the Vietnam War protests. The Supreme Court was literally barricaded when protests broke out. No, but he's talking about university protests. I'm just saying this is like really dumb. You know, this is like a very stupid, yeah.
Even if the current situation is the result of astroturfing, those
a completely unsubstantiated claim, just completely waffling. Manufacture a narrative. Let's fucking go, man. Just fucking again, man. When it comes to the Zionism stuff, the media sure is acting the way that the crazy Twitter leftists say the media acts, right? Like for the most part, I think mainstream media tends to be a relatively good place to get information. But when it comes specifically to everything involving Israel and Zionism, there's such a disconnect between what the American people care about and what they want to hear and what they're interested in, and what the like broader investment is. Like the government mostly just with its like protection of Middle Eastern interests. It's so top down, it's insane. It's like an anti-populist issue, you know? It's like a kind of fucked reversed like technocracy, where the more like detached from reality you are, the more likely you are to be some kind of militant Zionist.
Protesting have a right to be heard, but not a right to interrupt and overtake the ability of their classmates to complete their term and don their cap and gown.
This is what every anti-free speech person says. They're pro-free speech. They're pro-campus disruption. I bet this guy was totally okay with Milo Yiannopoulos going to like Berkeley and disrupting the fuck out of everything for no purpose other than to disrupt the fuck out of everything, and free speech and whiny college campus students and blah, 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 blah. But then you have an actual genocide that is literally being, in part, financed and funded by Columbia University because of their investment in Israel and blah, blah. And then it's like, well, actually, you know.
My next guest teaches at one of the campuses affected by the tumult at New York University, where protests, including intimidating chants and several anti-Semitic incidents, NYU called in the NYPD for help. Scott Galloway joins me now. He's a professor of marketing at NYU's Stern School of Business, host of the Professor G and Pivot podcasts.
Wow, that's crazy, man. An NYU business professor with a shaved head, a shitty blazer, and a chain who has a podcast. Fantastic. If I could like conjure the if I could like, what will this guy look like based on what I know this conversation's going to be about? Oh my fucking God. Freakonomics ass fucking.
And author of multiple best-selling books. His newest, already a bestseller. It's terrific. I've read it.
The Algebra of Wealth, a Simple Formula for Financial Security by Scott Galloway.
Algebra of Wealth, a simple formula for financial security. Scott, I'll ask you about the book in a moment. But first, should USC have canceled its main graduation?
No.
Good to be with you, Michael. Yeah, logistically, I think they have to ensure the safety. And
yeah, because he doesn't want all those students being pro-Palestine. Yep.
Like things were getting kind of spinning out of control. So I empathize with university leadership that's trying to thread the needle between free speech while at the same time maintaining a safe environment for its students. I would argue, though, that the balance is a bit skewed. I think universities have slowly but surely decided that they're more from centers of excellence to institutions that create a political orthodoxy or are charged.
What the fuck are you talking about? How can you say there's a political orthodoxy at universities when they're protesting against the university right now, and the university is at this moment ordering them to disband? This guy is anti-union? Of fucking course he is. Union membership is down 50% in the last 30 years. I'm a proud union member. I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are, because you're a fucking professor. But unions are no longer seen as a solution. The best unions are minimum wage laws and competition. That's right, guys. You don't need a union. You need competition. That's true. Thank you. Great. Phenomenal.
Charged with social engineering. And
social engineering? What is this guy talking about?
what you have here, in my opinion, is a bit of a double standard, Michael. I think
he's talking about how universities are sites of political orthodoxy while a video plays of police being called to crack down on student protests. Like, does nobody watching this understand what a fucking clown show this is? Yeah, universities are basically just sites where like everyone's forced to agree through social engineering, even though the students are protesting the administration. The administration's threatening to suspend people. Hundreds of people have been arrested. The police are being called down to crack in. Just like total political orthodoxy, you know?
The vast majority of the protests are peaceful protests. You know, they're 19. I cut a wide berth for young people and their rights to say things, but
making it sound like their concerns are just like them being young, feisty kids, rather than like them actually being concerned with something material.
You know, the analogy I use, Michael, is if I went down to the plaza at NYU in a white hood and started saying Dylan Roof, the gentleman, the young man who killed 7 people at a black church in Charleston.
Okay.
And I started saying globalize Dylan and held up a sign that said, you know, lynch the blacks, for example, or some sort of hate speech like that. I don't think there'd be a lot of nuance or context needed. I think I would never work in academia again. And if I started inciting the type of behavior where there was harassment of any special...
What is... Yeah, okay. Sure, what?
Interest group. I believe that if it got out of control the way it has in some of these campuses, I think they'd call in the National Guard. And I think what a lot of Jews...
Wait, you just said it's peaceful. What the fuck did Dylan Roof have to do with... What are you talking about? Where did that come from? What are you yapping about? Just like the fucking state mandated, like, let me make these protesters sound scary. How do I do that? Something, Dylan Roof, something.
They're concerned with is that it seems like free speech is never freer when it's hate speech directed at Jews. So I would argue the campus leadership has...
Proof?
Has erred on the side of, quite frankly, being a little too lenient to individuals who, for whatever reason, correctly or incorrectly, it devolves into emotion that makes people feel unsafe. The bottom line is, Michael, a lot of us just don't understand that a young Jewish girl leaving the library to go get a manicure is somehow their mortal enemy. I think young people, quite frankly, picked the wrong enemy here, and it's just gotten a little bit out of control.
What the fuck is he talking about? Literally, what the like, actually, this guy is on CNN.
Control.
So you heard, or perhaps you watched the film footage that we showed, the map of the country where the growth of these protests has now exploded across the U.S. and perhaps worldwide. What accounts for it, and do you believe it to be completely organic?
Well, there's some strange things. I went to the NYU protest. 40% of the tents were the same tents at Columbia. So there's something very coordinated.
What? I've seen videos panning over the tents. You can like, it's just big tents. And you know what? It is largely coordinated to the extent, I imagine, that there are probably some of the more well-off students there buying like multiple tents, like just ordering a bunch off Amazon or something.
Going on. I think it's a variety of few things. One, I think that a lot of students incorrectly, in my view, conflate what's going on in Gaza with the civil rights movement. Two, we have not done a great job, or we in colleges have created this oppressor and oppressed orthodoxy. And the easiest way to...
Classic. Literally, like, this guy is waffling so hard. This is literally like greatest hits of like stupid, zero IQ, conservative dogma bullshit. Just absolute brain rot. This guy should be fired from his professorship purely on the, like, from this alone. This guy's like 50 IQ tops. This is insane. It really is remarkable how much the illusion of meritocracy has been dispelled. Like today, you know, we used to think that our politicians and our business leaders and our professors were so smart, and then you go and you actually look at them talk, and this is what they're like, you know? This is what they're... Admittedly, he's a business professor, so he's not like a real professor, you know? But, yeah.
To identify an oppressor in the minds of many of these young...
And mind you, by the way, he's doing this oppressed-oppressor dynamic is woke bullshit nonsense right after saying that free speech only applies when you're being hateful against Jews. He literally did that thing. Also, he's dressed terribly. This guy is dressed fucking wretchedly, okay? This, unironically, this looks like an Alibaba blazer. It's not, in addition to it fitting him so poorly that you can see it crumpling on his shoulders while he's sitting, and the fact that, like, I don't even, how does this happen? What is this made out of? Like, it's not even a collar gap. It's like a fucking maglev where the rail on his, in the inside of the collar and lapel is like being repelled from the fucking necklace that he's wearing. And it looks like shit, and it's lumpy as hell, and he's wearing a V-neck shirt with it. It's insane, genuinely. How the chain hangs killing me. The chain looks like shit. It's way the fuck too close to that V-neck line. It just makes it look like the collar is asymmetrical or something. It looks like shit. He's in the Turtle Club. He's in the Turtle Club, okay?
Young people is how white and how rich you are. And ground zero, correctly or incorrectly, for whiteness and richness is Israel and Jews. Also, just to be fair, Israel has not draped itself in glory. Netanyahu has struck some deals with the far right, including very bigoted members of the Knesset.
Yeah, struck some deals with, as opposed to, like, worked with them completely hand in hand.
For settlements, we've seen Israel go from kind of the David to the Goliath. So the atmospherics are not good here.
Israel's been the Goliath for, like, 70 years. It's been the Goliath for a long... It's for a while, okay?
And then finally, I think there's something bigger going on, Michael. I think that you have young people who are enraged by the lack of opportunity that they're presented with. I think that protesting is kind of the new, if you will, sex. Young people aren't having as much sex. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but for the species to survive, you have to have young people connecting in terms of romantic opportunities. And also for the species to survive, you get a dopa hit from gathering together and fighting off a perceived enemy. And I think they're...
Can you believe that not that long ago, CNN was maybe the most trusted and well-developed news station in the world? CNN had the money and the apparatuses, the framework to be the most comprehensive news show, basically ever. You know, wherever it was needed, whatever it was needed for, to cover any issue, to get information faster, better fact-checking, like everything. The potential quality, like 30 years ago, I'm thinking a little while before that, like, you know, but yeah,
erring on the latter, if you will. I think they're on the hunt for what I'd call
the 70s. It reminds me, didn't Jon Stewart say this? Didn't Jon Stewart go off on CNN? Hold on. When Tucker Carlson was on Crossfire. No, wasn't he talking to Larry?
It was 2004. John Kerry was the Democratic presidential nominee facing George W. Bush. And I thought, I was watching it, I said, well, this is going to be a funny show.
Can I say something very quickly? Why do we have to fight?
CNN, you going to fuck this up too?
The two of you, can't we just say something nice about John Kerry right now?
I like John. I care about John Kerry.
And something about President Bush.
Hey, you all recognize that guy? Oh, not this guy.
Deployed soon?
I think anyone who enjoyed paying attention to the news and watched The Daily Show will forever remember Jon Stewart going on Crossfire and reading those guys, the riot act.
You're doing theater. when you should be doing debate, which would be great.
No, it's just
not
true.
honest. What you do is not honest. What you do is
perfectly
partisan hackery. And I'll tell you
You
why
have John
I know
Kerry
it.
on your show, and you sniff his throne, and you're accusing us of partisan hackery?
Absolutely.
You've got to be kidding, man.
You're on CNN.
Say,
the show that leads into me is puppets making crank phone calls. What is wrong with you?
Comedians and satire, when done right.
This wasn't the clip that I was thinking of. It was CNN. He was talking to Larry King, I'm pretty sure. Oh, he just went off on CNN over and over again, man.
What's happening, baby? Can I tell you something? You made the right choice. You are leaving this place. You know what you are? You're the last guy out of a burning building, my friend.
John.
You are.
Stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we on
We're
CNN
on now,
right
yeah.
Oh, I thought this was like the pre-show banter.
No, we're on.
Oh, okay. Listen, you're really leaving this place with a great infrastructure, and I think you've done I think it's done a wonderful...
Thank you, John.
You're a real Parker Spitzer.
Let's first get to...
Wouldn't it be nice to not have so much fantasism? Wouldn't it be nice if conflict and the false urgency of the 24-hour news networks, of which you very wisely have decided to walk away from. By the way, I think they've made a brilliant choice by bringing in a British guy no one's heard of. I think that is, when I'm thinking about...
Ironic, considering what would happen to The Daily Show when Jon Stewart left.
Floating a sinking ship.
I know he's not British, but...
What do I want to bring on it? But a guy that people are going to tune in and go, who's that? And why is he speaking so funny?
All right, back just...
Where's the bit that I was thinking of?
Do you have no respect for them?
No. It's like you walked out in the middle of this and said, I was in the bathroom and a guy mentioned to me, you know.
Well, these are human beings and they're tweeting us. Do you have no respect for them?
No.
Oh.
Okay. I don't know who they are. They could be anybody. They could be pretending to be who the hell knows who they are.
Here's where they are.
All right.
They're asking this. What you thought about CNN, us, firing Rick Sanchez after he called you a bigot.
Now, was that 140 characters? Because that sounded like a lot more than 140 characters. It sounded like somebody sent you a double or a triple tweet.
It may have been a double tweet.
How can we do... We're on a news program and you're saying to me, so there's a tweet.
Okay.
Couldn't you have thought of that? But isn't that a question you probably could have thought of yourself?
We'd like to involve
I fucking love John. I'm not going to find the bit that I'm looking for, and that's okay. I just like, man, now let's go back to CNN today.
Mortal enemy. And the reality is, if you type in to Google anti-Semitism and pick any century in the last 3,000 years, you're going to find multiple instances where the world decides the Jews are the mortal enemy. And then finally...
Thank you for your wise input. Thank you. That's great.
And I know this sounds paranoid, but it doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Then find it,
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Which they view the world is oftentimes or predominantly TikTok. And on TikTok, Michael, there are 52 pro-Hamas videos for every one pro-Israel video.
Pro-Hamas videos. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah. NYU professor, everyone. This guy is responsible for educating the next generation of retarded sociopaths who will, get into VC or do a startup and then like sexually harass their secretary and then leave on a golden parachute, you know? We're finding fake racists everywhere. Spoke to Sam Harris about wokeism. Great. Phenomenal stuff. Man, I take it all back. I'm with the conservatives on this one. Teachers' unions really do let you get away with too much. I think you should be able to fire professors for more. Somewhere in this interview. Well, this interview is 15 minutes, though. That's pretty long. Oh, good Lord, Benjamin. Are you joking? But thank you, though. College professors don't have a union? Well, this guy's in a union. This dipshit. Yeah. Good Lord, what is happening in there? A poorly recorded video in 2024 on YouTube. Yeah. Actually, it was uploaded 12 years ago. Whoo, dilly. May I see it? Guys, I'm afraid it's not all fun and games. There's actually Found better link. Oh, but I'm still not looking through a 17-minute video right now. Unless I find it being referenced directly. No, this is Fox. They're not shitting on CNN here. This is Fox. No, this is a different interview. I'm familiar with this interview. No, this isn't it. Benjamin, you should know what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure the CNN thing was directly with Larry King. He shits on CNN on Fox. Yeah, but this isn't what I was thinking about. I remember it being with Larry King.
Because the bias of the main
are indefensible.
The bias of the mainstream. Oh, I'm not saying it's defensible.
No, I remember this interview. This interview between Jon Stewart and Chris Wallace was one of the most influential of the year, without a doubt. Like, an insane number of people paid attention to this. His interview. Chris Wallace, this was the guy who would then go on to host the presidential debates. Chris Wallace is huge. Less so now, but Jon Stewart really tore into him here. I remember this. I remember this. Well, I remember watching this back when I was like in high school or something. From 2013. Was it released 2013, or is that just when it was uploaded? It might have been a little after high school. Like, is he large, or does he just have a lot of cred? I mean, he hosted the presidential debates. Meanwhile, coming from the pro-war camp. Oh, I saw this. I hope they rape you. If this was a pro-Palestinian protester, it would be like mainstream international news 24/7. We'd be talking about it for months. But because it's a pro-Israeli woman, by the way, not a student, huh? Do these two look like students to you? These are fucking evil Hitlerites who came onto campus to tell students, I hope they rape you. That's what they're doing right now. But is this going to make like international day? Is this going to be like talked about ad nauseum on MSNBC and CNN and Fox and everyone else, you know? No. Can you rewind a teeny bit? Sure. I'll turn it up. Yeah, pretty hard to mistake there. Wait, she said that? Are you blind? Can you see her talking? She said that. Why do I have to explain the content of the clip? You're looking at it. That was like completely enunciated. There was also this one where he called some black protest the N-word. Oh yeah, I saw this too. Oh look, by the way, more pro-Israeli protesters who are clearly not students. Do you think this guy is a student? Like, I don't know, he could be. Do you think he is? Or do you think he's an agitator from outside? Do you think this like douchebag gym bro who got a haircut 5 minutes before coming here, do you think he's a student? I don't think he is. I don't think he is. This guy doesn't look 20 to me.
Hey, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Hey, you all do shit, keep it going. Do something about it. Do something about it. Do something about it. You won't do shit. You won't do shit. Bitch ass nigga. Do some shit. Hey, what's up? What's up?
In fairness, I think if you have a fade this clean, you should be allowed to say bitch ass N-words. Like, he said it with the A, not the ER, you know? I think that this, he's an Italian 21, okay? Yes, that's true. This is an Italian 21. If the fade's good, you know, the race is a social construct, okay? Saying he called someone the N-word kind of is, like, the implication isn't there, okay? This guy clearly just says, like, the soft A pretty often, because of the fade. Oh, he's a boxer, apparently. Vosh, they can still be students? Yeah, but they're not. This is the thing. Like, they can be. Anyone can be a student, but they're not. The real manufactured protesters here are the pro-Israeli ones. They're the ones who are coming onto campus. Okay, I got you, Benjamin. Mm-hmm. They're literally showing up to the encampments in buses. Well, you know, public transport we do support. Benjamin, my stream is not a vessel to marry your special interests, even if it often incidentally ends up being that. What does that mean, Umtic? Excuse me. All right. We got some bad news, guys. Talks between Columbia University and the protesting students have fallen through. They have given an immediate dispersal order, one which takes effect in 18 minutes from right now, or face suspension. Urges encampment participants to leave, warns of interim suspension as demonstrators vote to stay. Yeah, the efforts to identify all of the protesters there are already underway, so mass arrests are likely to follow. Here. Informing individuals present they have until 2 p.m. to clear out, identify themselves to a university official, and commit to abiding by university policies through June 30th, 2025, or the date of the conferral of your degree, whichever is earlier. It's important for you to know the university has already identified many students in the encampment, the notice reads. If you do not identify yourself upon leaving and sign the form right now, you will not be eligible to sign and complete the semester in good standing. If you do not leave by 2 p.m., you will be suspended pending further investigation. So they're basically saying like you will break now, or we will like legitimately just annul your you will be fucked academically. Yeah, unambiguously fascist. What incentive does the college have to rat their own students? Nobody is in favor of this except the campus administration. Keep that in mind. 2 p.m. was an hour and 49 ago. Wait, hold on. Was it 11 and not 1? I remember there being 1s. By 2 p.m. Oh, sorry. I had it in my mind that it was 1 p.m. Okay, this has already happened then. Yeah, never mind. This has already happened. My apologies. I 2 1s, 1 1, 11 1, same numbers really. What does it matter? Yeah, no, this has already happened. The only people who are in favor of this is the campus administration, and that is because the campus administration represents an enormous body of wealth, and a lot of it is heavily connected to Zionists because it's connected to wealthy people, conservatives, to Israel itself. It's just like the university administration in many cases is just like an amorphous blob of moneyed interests. And a lot of them just happen to have ties to fucking Israel or Zionists because a lot of wealthy people are conservative and conservatives tend to be Zionists, you know? Simple as. Ducky Lamar, link it. The students still seem to be there via AP livestream. If you're looking at the livestream and you're saying that, you could supplement your message by providing the livestream so that I could click on it rather than having to go search for it myself. Oh, literally just front page of AP News? Gotcha. Well, that was easy. I haven't killed any children today. Such is my commitment to the Palestinian cause. Hold on. From Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine, who have been leading a lot of this, as I understand it. From the report, Dean Rosenmetsch has also convened meetings with GS veterans who served in the IDF, directing them to counter pro-Palestine student activities and disrupt pro-Palestinian advocacy on campus. I love that people are manufacturing the narrative that the pro-Palestinian protesters are like an op. Meanwhile, people are coming in by like the counter-protesters are all from outside the university. They're bringing in fucking cops. They're bringing in the state guard. They're like, yeah, man, just hire vets, whatever, clear anything, you know? Like, it's insane. You know, this is how propaganda works. Yeah, the manufacturing, the consent manufacturing taking place here is fucking insane. It's psychotic. You know, this is some of the worst that I've seen in a long time. I mean, obviously, it was really bad towards the beginning of the genocide of the Palestinians as well. But it feels like all of that like hysteria has been redirected now into this specific case. Dean Rosenmech has been convened meetings with GS veterans who served in the IDF, directing them to counter pro-Palestine student activities, actively disrupt the pro-Palestinian advocacy on campus. These meetings are part of a broader pattern where she appears to promote an exclusively pro-Israel stance within GS. In March, she invited prominent American military veterans in the GS community to an Israeli vigil, which was criticized for its political overtones and negative portrayal of Palestinians, describing Gaza Strip residents as detrimental to Israeli society. Cool. Such actions by Dean Rosenmech, which seem to encourage division among students over global political issues, are particularly troubling for her role as dean of an undergraduate school. Her influence and position have been used in ways that foster disunity and create conflictual relations among students. Just remember that, like, universities are not about providing education. You know, to say that a university's job is to provide education is to say that the job of McDonald's with an attached playpen is to provide exercise. You know, like, the education is just the bait. It's just like the little like key they jangle in front of you. Overwhelmingly, the economic engine that is a university is like sports. It's in land acquisition. It's real estate, you know? Yeah, universities are hedge funds with a library. Exactly. I guess all these guys are getting suspended. What does Columbia University actually invested in? I don't actually think the investment is much. Universities are like you know, hedge funds with libraries attached. Probably a very tiny percentage of their investment is actually connected to Israel. The bigger issue is the fact that in spite of that, they're not willing to divest that because there are a lot of donors or trustees or whatever who are Zionists or conservative or whatever else. It's more of a symbolic action, you know. The removal of that investment, the divestment in that sense, would be very possible for Columbia University. Like, it's not like half of their assets are tied up in Israel, right? That wouldn't really be possible for them to divest. It would be ruinous for them. But it's like probably a pretty tiny percentage would be my guess. I don't know, maybe like 1%, like 0.5%, you know? Maybe not even that. So the divestment is more of a like ideological thing, right? It's more of a like show that you're on the right side of this. It's something the university can do, which is one of the reasons I think these protests are good, because like they're not demanding anything super crazy. It's a pretty reasonable ask. It's doable. The administration is just, you know, kind of psychotic. Dual degree program between Tel Aviv University, Columbia. I don't know if this would be the investment necessarily. You know, there's a difference between financial investment and like degree programs with Tel Aviv University. Obviously, even people in Israel deserve educations, right? I'm not really aware of the exact extent of the investment, only that I know it's a very small amount. It's more of a symbolic thing, in addition to the broader protests against the behavior of the dean, who, as you know, like as we literally just read, has been has been doing some pretty sussy shit. More students are getting in on the protest. I mean, yeah, like if their response to the order for dispersal is for more people to show up, then that is a strategy. Whew, boy. I hope the police don't crack down on this as hard as they possibly could. At least 1,000 students at Columbia University are currently encircling the interior campus in an attempt to protect the Gaza Solidarity encampment, which was ordered to disperse by 2 p.m. Yeah, they're trying to surround this encampment. There's been some worrying leaks about that dual Tel Aviv stuff. Leaked document from Columbia admin detailing discriminatory admissions policy for the Tel Aviv dual degree program, disproportionate financial aid given to Tel Aviv dual degree students, bias from the Dean of General Studies. What? There seems to be a complete absence of Arab or Muslim students from the program. I would have to really look into this to decide if this was like meaningful or if it was overstated. You know, I would really need to look into this. The Higgs crouton, I don't think those asks are reasonable. I think that if the university made meaningful concessions but kept using Microsoft, they would be fine, you know. Yeah, high progressive, but it can take a while to follow up on stuff like this and determine the extent to which it's legitimate or how much of it's overstated. And I'm also just looking at one report on it. Hmm. Oh, hello, SDL, person who's always right. Columbia's investments in pro-apartheid companies are mostly through index funds, like a BlackRock S&P 500 index, which includes Caterpillar, military bulldozers, and U.S. military firms. There are sustainable/green/socially conscientious index funds which don't. Yeah, I wonder, because the problem ultimately is that you can't even talk about any of this because like, the university isn't willing to discuss any of this. Like, the university has been completely fucking unreasonable. You can't blame the protesters for the wide berth of their claims or of their demands when the response from Columbia U and from the world broadly has been fucking psychotic. If your dean has been psychotic, if, like, the constant threat of academic disbursement or like, the police knocking you up one, you know, if that's looming over your head, you can't really blame the bunch of student protesters for not, like, you know, fairly moderating the extent of the claims they want. Like, that's the point of the negotiation, you know? Another UT Austin crackdown is happening. Is this also live? Live updates. Pro-Palestinian protesters set up surprise encampment on UT Austin campus. Having fun over there? Rewind.
I was pissed. Disappointed. At what happened here.
Demand that the students. We demand that the students not face disciplinary action. Not face disciplinary action. The occupation has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. The occupation has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. The occupation has got to go. Hey, hey.
The mistreatment of students that was demonstrated yesterday, the egregious abuse of power by UT police will not be stood for, and we will not accept it here at this campus.
Woo! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! It is an opportunity for us to listen to Palestinians. Hearts all out! Hearts all out! Hearts all out! We answer the call to support the Palestinian people.
All right, we got it. Why aren't they body blocking police? You're free to, Benjamin. You want to go in there if you want. You can only body block police for so long. There's more of them. There's, you know, at least in a given targeted area, they're stronger than you are, and they have weapons. And also they can do whatever they want legally. 2 of the leading Holocaust historians and genocide deniers have joined the encampments. Oh man, those virulent anti-Semites. You know? Genuinely don't know how liberals freak out about Russia arresting anti-war protesters, but see this is fine. What was that thing Sean said about J.K. Rowling and a broader critique of liberalism? There's no such thing as bad systems, only bad people. So the idea of like hardline militarized police cracking down on student protests in response to injustice, that there's no like definitive whether or not that's good or bad or anything. But if the good guys are doing it, like say the universities in America or Zionists or the police or whatever, it's fine. And if it's like the bad guys doing it, like the Russian military, the Russian police, that's not fine, you know? They meant experts, not deniers. Yeah, I know. I was being sarcastic when I said anti-Semites. Anyone who's made it their job to study the Holocaust in an actual academic setting is without a doubt one of the least Hitlerite human beings in the world. Like, it is difficult to imagine any group of people less Hitlerite. Novosh, you said deny. Did I say deniers? Oh, we talk about Nazis so often on stream. I probably just accidentally. Yeah, sorry. No, not deniers. No. Sorry. No. The guys here, not Holocaust deniers. Students. Yeah, or not students. Sorry. Studiers? Professors of. It's their job to point out Hitler particles in other people. Okay? There we go. Yeah, sorry. Okay, my apologies. Yeah. Scholars. Thank you. Yeah. No actual, like, anti-Semite would become a scholar of the Holocaust. Why would you? The thing anti-Semites like to do is deny the Holocaust. It would be counterproductive, to say the least, for your biased political ends. I'm sure there's at least one. I don't know. I guess like Holocaust deniers would say Irving would count or something. Or Benjamin, if you're going to be critical from the fucking peanut gallery, why don't you go over there and contribute, okay? We're very pro-student protesters here, okay? Shut up, Ben. Do you think fascists will come to the protest to make us look bad? We're staring at a column of them right here. This might be TOS, but apparently the pro-war protesters have set up a very big low-res screen to show footage from October 7th on repeat. This is the same thing that evangelical anti-choice abortion protesters do. They show like big gruesome photos of like bloody. They're usually not even like aborted fetuses. Aborted fetuses for the most, like when people have abortions for the most part, there's not even anything to show. It's just like Google bloody fetus pic or whatever, and they put that shit on 4K and they hold it up to try to gross people out. You know, it's the same shit, same strategy. Oh man, you're right. This really is low res. Jesus Christ. Oh man, you're using a fucking projector in the middle of the in the middle of the day outside with nothing covering the screen. All right, I'm sure people will be very moved by this. Thank you, the Persian Jewess. That's great. Thank you. Phenomenal. That's great. Iranian Jewish refugee. These are the people I grew up around, man. God damn it. Really glad they're showing off the October 7th footage, though, because I personally hadn't heard of that, you know? I've never heard... You're telling me that on October 7th, Hamas attacked Israel? This is the first I'm hearing about it, so I do appreciate them letting me know, because I didn't know about that before. I'd never heard of that. What happened? I don't know. I'd have to learn about it more. Nobody's told me about this, so... 57 people were arrested and charged with criminal trespassing. All those charges were dropped, however, after Travis County Attorney Delia Garza, whose office handles misdemeanor cases, said her office agreed with defense lawyers that there were, quote, deficiencies with the probable cause arrest affidavits, which are the documents filled out by law enforcement to justify an arrest. Fuck you, pigs. Fucking piece of shit. Hey, based, by the way, that the county attorney did that. You know, they do this all the time with protesters. They arrest a fuck ton of people on bullshit charges, and then they get dropped immediately. They just want to disperse the protest. It's like a fear tactic. Like, they want to break you all up, make you think your life is over. But as long as you stay calm and don't fight the cops, don't do it. Don't do anything that might give them a real charge. You know, if they grab you to arrest you, you go along with them. You don't fight them. None of that crap. Okay, don't talk. Don't yell, nothing. You go along, you smile, or you look stoic, you know? That's the job, all right? The charges against you will almost always be dropped, okay? Unironically ragdoll. No, stop. No, don't ragdoll. No, I said go along with them. Don't ragdoll. You're not doing anything by ragdolling. The cops are strong enough to move you anyway, I promise you. And ragdolling is resisting arrest. That is an actual charge. Plus, you could get hurt. Yeah, don't yell, don't scream. Look hard as fuck, okay? You want to look like you want to challenge your best like Black Panther Party member when you're getting arrested, okay? That's what you want, okay? You want to look hard as fuck for the camera. All right? Here we go. Black Panther Party arrest photos, okay? Cool as cucumbers. You see that? Look at that. You want to see another one? You want to see another one? Look at that. This guy, he knows where the camera is. He's looking. He's looking cool. He knows. He's not getting caught unawares. The beret is cool? Yeah, they love that shit. If you have a very nice leather jacket to wear while being dragged along by cops, that would probably also help. You know, just with regards to, like, looking hard as fuck. Yeah, we just saw this, Quoteth. All the charges were dropped from the arrests at UT Austin, at least at first. Nobody's drippier in the Black Panther Party. Yep. You know, we're not going to get into fashion right now, but there are reasons for that. You could look like this today. Well, not quite that cool, but, you know. What was I doing? All right. Meanwhile, so the next big thing here, the next big thing that everyone's looking at is what's going to happen with the dispersal order for the Columbia protesters. Is there an uncuttable material that bolt cutters can't cut through? No. There is no, like, permanent barricade against the police. There's no way to do that. Vibranium, yeah. I wonder how many people took the deal and left and signed this. The number of arrests nationwide on campuses is approaching 1,000. Jesus Christ. MX Dizzy, if you have an unironic disability that might be a liability for you in high stress or potentially violent situations, it might be for the best for you to stay, like, away from the front line in protests. Like, you can be surrounding the cops rather than in the group they go after. At all of these protests, including at Columbia, you have the core group right here, the Gaza Solidarity Group here in the tents, but all these students over here in the periphery, they're not the ones the cops are going after. These are just students milling about, you know? The reason they're surrounding the camp in the center is because they're protecting it. They're trying to surround it so that if cops show up, you know, they're showing solidarity. If the cops show up, you know, they have to go through these students as well. But they're not really at risk. I mean, I guess they could be. You're never completely free of risk, but yeah. When is it good to ragdoll? When is it not? I remember you praising doing so at climate protests. Those climate protesters were deliberately being obstructionist in the roads, and for that reason, they were already going to be resisting arrest. The strategy those climate protesters were engaging in was one that already involved the resisting arrest charge. That's not the case here. You know, these guys are doing a different thing. They're not obstructing. They're just occupying the university public grounds. So it's not a necessary component of what they're doing. Would you advise wearing PPE? I mean, sure, right? Most of the students here are in masks. I don't think the risk of getting COVID is that high if you're outdoors, even if you're in a big crowd, but why not, right? It probably won't do that much to prevent the university from identifying you. You're not a random protester. If you're a student at these protests, they can probably find out who you are. But, you know, doesn't hurt, I guess. I think they mean in case of tear gas. You know, I don't know how much you can do about that, to be honest. If the cops fired tear gas into this, they'd be cleared out pretty quickly. I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt. Yes, gas masks, helmet, body armor. No, I mean, it doesn't hurt, but you're not here to fight the cops. That's not what you're here to do. Nor should you be, because the cops will win. It makes you look more militant, too. It can make you look less sympathetic. It's a very long flagpole, you know, given a big wave right here. You don't want to fight the cops. You know, fighting the cops is like more of a riot situation than it is a student protest situation. You know, that's a different dynamic. If you take a look at images of the student protesters for against the Vietnam War, you'll find that most of them just looked like, you know, students of the day, like fucking hippies with pants that were too big. At least in this lady's case. The vibe that you get from these is they didn't really come across particularly militant. I'm not saying they didn't always, just, you know. For the most part, what you see from these, you know, from these student protesters is they just kind of look like normal people from the day, you know? I think this is just a general anti-war protest, though, not a campus one. There are plenty of examples of campus protests. Of course, back in those days, local police weren't expected to be able to deal with riot conditions. Riot police didn't exist back in the 60s, right? So whenever there was big civil unrest, the National Guard would get called in a lot more quickly. Like, they didn't have cops that were, like, wearing, you know, massive tactical vests with the shields and the tear gas grenade launchers and everything. Their police officers back then were way more dressed down, way less militarized. And they weren't really equipped or trained to deal with riot situations. Not that modern police are either. Like, this is a cop back in the 1960s. Oh, African-American cop, no less. Well, that's great. Probably not indicative of the broader force, but, you know, for the most part, they were guys with, like, a pistol, a truncheon, a nice hat, and a big jacket, you know? That was their job was to stand around and look pretty. And also menace racial minorities, but let's not get into that for the moment. So if you had big events, you would call in the National Guard. Of course, the National Guard also don't have riot gear, but they do have guns. Japanese university student protesters from 71. Holy shit! The goddamn Pike Formation. Hell yes! Well, back in the 70s, weren't the Japanese dealing with like an unironic autocracy? I think the dynamic was a bit different back then. No? Oh, I might be thinking of Korea. Well, whatever. You know, Pike tactics are fun. But yes, there were tanks on the street in Detroit back in the 60s. That being said, the tanks they used back then were cooler than the ones today because they looked more dopey, you know? If I looked out my window and I saw like an old style like taxi sedan alongside something that looked like this, that would just be like, this is peak urbanism right here, if anything. This is like you look outside and you smile, you know? That isn't a tank. Shut up, nobody cares. There were tanks out there too. There were tanks out there too. I know it's not a tank. Here's a tank, fine. There you go, shut up. There you go. There's a tank, there you go. I know what a tank is, shut up. Also, nobody cares about this except for fucking War Thunder nerds. That's actually a anti-tank with a mounted track and a turret. That's actually an armored personnel carrier with a 30mm cannon. Fuck off. Fuck, go away. Go away. What a good mood today. Did I sleep well? For once. Wait. What happened to the live feed? Okay. Did the anti-apartheid protests in the 80s help? You mean in America? Do you mean South Africa? Where? It won't let me go live with this. You aren't live? It won't let me. It pauses the video. Oh yeah, they're not live anymore. I wonder why. Okay, they did cancel. They did end the stream. I wonder if it just been going on for long enough. We can find it. Hold on 1 second. I can find it. I can find something comparable elsewhere. There's definitely more than one live stream going on there. From the New York Times, urgent question. What makes a protest anti-Semitic? God fucking damn it. Thank you. Fuck off, New York Times. Is this opinion? No, it's not. Pro-Palestinian student activists say their movement is anti-Zionist but not anti-Semitic. It's not a distinction that everyone buys. Thank you. The protesters link arms and march in formation toward 3 Jewish students who have come inside the encampment. Okay, quick question. Are they Jewish students? Or are they students who are holding, like, gigantic fucking Israeli flags? Gonna answer that? Like, how did they magically determine these 3 people were Jewish? You can't really tell just by looking. Like, they are not sure precisely how the protest leader determined they were supportive of Israel. I just think they're lying. Like, fully, I just think they're lying. They're just like, yeah, the encampment just clocked all of us. Are you guys unironically making fucking, like, big nose jokes? What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you guys fucking joking? Do you think, like, we're literally covering disingenuous accusations of anti-Semitism, and you guys are like, oh, I know what'll really, like, clarify the conversation. Are you guys actually fucking retarded? I'm genuinely, hold on, wait. I banned Spanlord59 for 7 days. Let me undo that really quickly. 1 second. There we go. Okay. Now let me permanently ban you. Sorry, that was my mistake. What the fuck has been happening lately in chat? Because there again, there are like never IRL, always online, permanently online dipshits who have no like actual care for or attachment to any of these issues. So they think they're being like wizened irony lords, you know, by sort of like disaffectedly making these jokes. I don't even think it's like a genuine like Hitlerite thing or whatever. I just think these people need to grow up and touch grass. Genuinely. I don't know why anti-Semites would watch my content, considering the fucking crusade of 5 years against all, like, far-right ideologies, but, you know. There's a link to a video at the top of the article. Maybe the evidence is there. No, it's not, and it's not a video. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators across the country say Israel is committing what they see as genocide against the Palestinian people, and they aim to keep a spotlight on the suffering. But some Jewish students who support Israel and what they see as its right to defend itself against Hamas say the protests have made them afraid to walk freely on campus. Hey, quick question. If the problem here is anti-Semitism, then why do you have to add who support Israel? Obviously, people who support the genociding country will be made to feel uncomfortable with all the anti-genocide protests. Like literally, like, you know. And they draw a distinction between anti-Zionism, which describes opposition to the Jewish state of Israel, and hatred towards Jewish people in general. It is an argument many Jews see as a fig leaf for bigotry. Why do you think the mainstream media isn't covering the fact that the majority of the Jews who are participant in these student protests are on the pro-Palestinian side? Why do you think they're not covering that? Manufactured narrative. They know they're lying. The New York Times has always been fucking packed full of Zionists, by the way. Like, from not from the get-go, because they were pretty Hitlerite themselves, you know. But like the New York Times has a history of being incredibly fucking bad about this. And that's because the New York Times are incredibly entrenched, like, institutional journalism, you know? The snootiest, most elite fucks go on to write for this place. And as a consequence of that, there's a way, way, way more tie to like all of the systems of capitalism and bourgeois control that conservatives broadly occupy. The vast majority of these people are, of course, themselves not Jewish. It's just institutional power. It's anti-populism. The more removed from populism any media group is, the more removed from populism, like the more removed from the public trust any group is, the more likely they engage in this bullshit. Most Jews are Zionist. Most Jews have been subject to a lot of propaganda about how they're only safe in Israel, even though they're in America and are fine here, and Israel is constantly whining about how unsafe it is over there for some reason. But when it comes to like attitudes on the current protests, and who's participant in them, a lot of this is an age difference. The students who are protesting on these campuses are young and overwhelmingly left-leaning, and young Jewish people are overwhelmingly left-leaning, you know? There are tons of Jewish people who are on the right side of this conflict, but you will never, ever hear about it from this. You will just hear constant conflations between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Just non-stop conflations. Real question, is it not legitimate for Jewish students to voice their concerns when some of the protesters say stuff like go back to Poland and destroy Tel Aviv? Whether or not it's legitimate is irrelevant. That's like weasel language right there. The question is like, what is the meaning of the broader protest? If the meaning of that is like, oh yeah, there are some dumb fucks in these protests who are saying like sussy shit, sure, fine, that's the case. Though I still think basically no attention should be paid to it because you could do that whataboutism with any protest. But The problem here is that that's not what's happening. You can't paint an entire movement as anti-Semitic because some Jewish students might feel uncomfortable with some of the language being used. We literally, earlier in the stream, saw a Zionist woman, an older woman, go to a college campus, look a college student dead in the eye and say, "I hope they rape you." Like, where's the media frenzy about this? You won't hear it. It's because of the double standard. It's because there is a desperate effort to blow up every single instance of perceived or actual anti-Semitism, to downplay the participation of young Jewish students in the pro-Palestinian protests, to always overstate one side and understate the other in the effort of manufacturing a narrative. This is what conservatives did with BLM. This is what McCarthyites did in the 50s with communists or with liberals who like even seemed a little pinko. This is what Hawks did with anti-war protesters. Non-stop shit. Non-stop shit. It's always this. Every time they want to tear apart a movement, this is how you do it. You call them anti-American. You overstate the harm of their protests, which you get with the universities doing all these like safety concern bullshit. You know, you massively overstate any like negative engagement and pretend that's representative of the entire movement. You highlight the bad actors. You downplay the good actors. You have a bunch of people whose job it is to serve as a kind of like imagined group victim. How many, by the way, how many direct media testimonies have you heard from Jewish students who've said they feel unsafe? I haven't. I'm sure there are some, but I haven't. I've heard a lot of testimonies from people talking about those students, referring to those students. I've seen multiple articles whose only evidence for the claim that Jewish students felt unsafe was the fact that one rabbi said those students are unsafe and should be at home. That's not really evidence to any kind of claim. That's not like an evidentiary claim. That's just one guy said something, you know? They weren't even there. Always be careful about how these narratives are manufactured. And can you not tell the narrativization present in this article? It's dripping with it. I understand and absolutely support the Palestinian people in the movement, but it's just kind of scary to hear stuff like that as a New York Jew. It shouldn't be. These protests pose literally no threat to you. It just should not be. It shouldn't be. Pro-Palestinian advocacy does nothing to harm you. If you're worried that some of the people who are present at these protests might be anti-Semitic, I can assuage your fear. That is true, because anti-Semitism is a broad social issue. But that doesn't mean the protests themselves are like the cause of it or an instigating factor. There has been an uptick in anti-Semitic incidents, to be sure. We also have like a massive uptick in the prominence of the far right. And I imagine a lot of those hate crimes are from like the Arab nationalist types, you know? Not necessarily like pro-Palestinian lefty types, but, you know, just people who are on the other side of the religious war, basically. When do we get to hear about the safety concerns for Muslim students? Yeah, when Zionists can show up on campus and just say, like, yeah, I hope they rape you. You know, like, I don't know. This very article quotes a Jewish student who claimed to be unsafe at a protest, though. Not even. This very article, right here. Jimmy Hayward, a Columbia freshman who is not Jewish, said that he has many friends studying at the Columbia-affiliated Jewish Theological Seminary who are unnerved. I have friends in JTS that need to be walked to campus. They want me to walk with them because they don't feel safe walking alone. So it's an anecdote from a non-Jew saying that their Jewish friends feel like they need to be walked with. Again, I have to ask, how and why? What is eminently Jewish about them that makes them feel like are they wearing like Israeli flag shirts? Again, anti-Semitism is a real issue. I don't know where none of these claims would be admissible in court. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Literally scroll up. Where? I'm at the top of the subsection here. Now scroll sideways, right before the subsection. Many Jewish students are taking part in the current protests, saying they are doing so as an expression of their Jewish values that emphasize social justice and equality. Encampments have hosted Shabbat dinners and Passover seders. At Columbia, one student said that donors have supplied kosher meals. Samuel Law, a graduate student at the University of Texas at Austin who is Jewish and involved in the protests, was inspired by the encampments popping up around the country. I strongly believe the university should be there for us to care about what we care about. Well, that's nice. How could you parse this with the belief that the protests are anti-Semitic? Literally, like, if you're hosting Shabbat dinners, like, how could you possibly like reconcile those simultaneous, like, yeah, you know, they're anti-Semitic, never mind all that. There, yeah, well, there we have like a direct quote from a Jewish student. That's nice. I guess I appreciate them for including that. Signs in and around the Columbia encampment include inspirational quotes, including "The world belongs to the people and the future belongs to us," attributed to Jiang Qing, a Chinese communist revolutionary. But there were also celebrations of violence like "Whoever is in solidarity with our corpses but not our rockets is a hypocrite and not one of us." Okay? Waving an Israeli flag is a celebration of violence. You're literally doing the pro-genocide bit. Qing, not King? Okay, Qing. At the University of Michigan, some Jewish students said they felt rattled as they walked to class, passing by protesters chanting "Long live the Intifada," using the word for uprising in Arabic, which has been used to describe periods of violent protest by Palestinians against Israelis. Okay? That sounds like a skill issue to me. Are you personally keeping your boot on the neck of the Palestinian people? I'm really sorry. Like, as long as Israel is doing the fucking genocide, like, yeah, I don't, like, calling for an uprising is bad. Tessa Wexler, a Jewish student at the University of California, Santa Barbara, was alarmed to see at the school's multicultural center a sign on the door to a student lounge that said "Zionist not allowed." Okay? Vosh, as a South African white student, I was scared of the anti-apartheid protests. It's literally that. That is literally what we're reading right now. As a Boer, as a Afrikaner, I feel threatened by the anti-apartheid protest. Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not saying I necessarily blame the Jewish students for feeling like a bit rattled, because I think it's normal to be irrationally rattled in high-tension situations sometimes, you know? Like, I understand that being like, you're a college student, you're young, I get it, okay. But again, the way this is being weaponized by the media, like, for every tenuous claim of anti-Semitism, there should be giant, like, all caps 96-point font New York Times articles screaming, "They're hosting Shabbat dinners. How can they be anti-Semitic?" The proportional representation of the information is not. This is an entire section about how Jewish students don't feel safe, and they're just picking anecdotes of nothing happening but of people feeling away. Meanwhile, the fact that they're hosting Shabbat dinners and Passover seders, just like the final paragraphs of this big section here, you know? You would think that in terms of, like, evidence to a claim of whether or not these protests are anti-Semitic, this is a pretty fucking compelling argument that they're not, and it should be front and center. Meanwhile, a whole section gets dedicated to, like, feeling uncomfortable. I bet there are Jews who don't feel safe because the news tells them they're under threat. Yes, that's what's happening. A lot of this genuinely seems like the media trying to gaslight Jewish students into feeling threatened when there is, as of yet, no evidence that they actually are. The same New York Times pundits who will tell you that bipartisanship with the Republican Party is necessary, even though the Republican Party openly works with Nazis, will turn around and tell you to feel threatened by anti-genocide protesters by elevating a bunch of, like, hackneyed, dispersed, unsubstantiated, vague feelings of being threatened, trying to make you feel hysterical about that while they, gaslight you into not caring about the stuff that actually matters. Campus protesters dispute the notion that their movement has made pro-Israel students unsafe. I mean, if you're pro-Israel, obviously these protests are kind of targeting you, right? Nas Issa, a Columbia graduate who is supporting and advising protest organizers, sees a difference between feeling uncomfortable and feeling you're in danger. That is true, especially if you feel your identity is tied to the practices of a particular state or a political ideology. That is true. When pressed, the protesters say they're anti-Zionist but not anti-Semitic. It's not a distinction everyone buys. Let's take any other ethnic or religious minority, said Eden Yedigar, a junior at Columbia. Would you only accept them if they were willing to denounce an integral part of their religious and ethnic identity? Instant, you're out. Out. Journalism license revoked. You are being sent to the pit. This is not an integral part of your religious or ethnic identity. It is an ongoing genocide. This is like saying, you could apply this language right here to saying, being anti-white supremacy is denouncing an integral part of white person's ethnic identity. That is literally what they're doing right here. Also, Zionism in its current form and genociding Palestinians is not a part of the Jewish faith. Very sorry, it's not. For Zionist Jews, it's integral, though. That's literally like saying that genociding the Jews is integral to the Nazi ideology. So you're asking them to denounce an integral part of their... this means nothing. Zionism isn't Judaism. Judaism is a religion and a culture and blah, blah, blah. By the way, even if the genocide of the Palestinians was a part of their faith, you know what that would mean? That would mean that that element of anti-Semitism, being anti-genocide, would be justified. Because, guess what? You can't do a genocide just because your religious texts say you can. Obviously? Are you kidding me? Is that controversial? That's getting clipped. Shut the fuck up about whining about getting clipped. I hate seeing that from you guys. Jesus Christ. People have done worse for their religion and God. Isn't it genuinely insane how bad this article is? Want to substantiate that, Andre? There you go, Benjamin. I've never seen such a clear example of manufacturer consent in my lifetime. Yeah, it is one of the clearest examples that I have ever seen. I think this issue comes from the vagueness of the word Zionist. I don't care. You can be anti the state of Israel all you want. It's not anti-Semitic. It's just not. It's not. No identity gets to do this. No identity gets to say, actually, being anti my nation is anti my demographic. That's it. That's no other identity gets to do that. And we would never accept that from any other group, ever, under any circumstances. That essentialism is just blood and soil logic. It is just blood and soil. Did you see this? Pro-Israel agitator shouts, "Kill the Jews," gets everyone else arrested. Nice. Many such cases. Good for him. No, this person would have gotten the pro-Palestinians arrested. Around 100 protesters were arrested on Saturday at a pro-Palestine encampment at Northeastern University, but not the one whose hate speech got everything shut down. There you go, guys. There's an op. So easy. Okay, but Vosh, you have protesters telling Jewish people they should go back to Poland. Wasn't that literally one guy? Like one clip and one guy when there are student protesters all around the country? Also, like, was that even to Jewish people or was that to Zionists? Which group was that being said to? This is what I mean about the manufacturing consent. Like, you're going to do, well, here's one guy who shouted "Kill the Jews." Like, oh, wow, 100 people get arrested. Great. I don't care. And Ilhan Omar saying students who aren't with them are pro-genocide. That's true. That's pretty bad faith in part of the protest. No, it's not. If you are not on the side of the anti-genocide protesters, then you are pro-genocide. Or at the very least ambivalent to it, I guess, or ignorant of it. Like, yeah. But if you're actively against the protesters, then yeah. What began as a student demonstration 2 days ago was infiltrated by professional organizers with no affiliation to Northeastern. Last night, the use of virulent anti-Semitic slurs, including "kill the Jews," crossed the line. She said, "We cannot tolerate this kind of hate on campus." GBH's Tory Bedford quickly confirmed that she had heard somebody say "kill the Jews," but it wasn't the peaceful pro-Palestine protesters. The chant came from a pro-Israel agitator. So, I never want to hear about what any individual protester did or said ever again, guys. We are talking about the broader protest or the broader movement. I never want to hear about it again. If you focus on individual shit individual people say, you are the easiest fucker to op in the world. You drooling dipshits would have been lumbering around back in the 60s, at every pro-civil rights protest, waiting for one guy to run in there and go, I hate white people. I think black people are better than white people. I think blacks rule and whites rule, and then runs off, and you'd be like, well, I was on board with the civil rights protests until that moment, but I have to say they really took it too far. And you would just be like nodding your head at all the fucking news coverage of the guy, and everyone be like, see here, finally, the Martin Luther King Jr.'s cultists reveal what they really want, you know? Ugh. "Kill the Jews," yelled one person holding an Israeli flag. "Anyone on board? Anyone on board?" He was one of two counter-demonstrators who had affixed themselves to the center of the crowd. Everyone immediately booed the young man. But it didn't matter. That still got invoked in the crackdown. From the Huntington News. Breaking, Northeastern Vice President for Communications Renata Nyoll has released the university statement. The uni used that obvious counter-protester to justify police intervention. But even a guy who's this obviously an op, even a guy who's this straightforwardly, obviously not with the protesters, who gets booed immediately, still used to explain police intervention. Like, it's that easy.
Kill the Jews. Anybody on board? Anybody on board? You just chanted for it. You just chanted.
Congratulations, hundreds of anti-genocide student protesters. That one guy was then used as pretext for a police crackdown. There you go. That was it. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Hundreds of people aligned purely in their belief that Palestinian babies shouldn't be liquidated by American-provided munitions. This one guy, one clip, congratulations, you're going to jail. One bad apple spoils the bunch. It's more like having a bunch of perfectly clean apples and then like fucking like throwing a turd into it as like hard as you can, you know? The worst part is that guy wasn't even trying to pretend to be a pro-Palestine protester. He was just mocking them. That's how easy it is. Do you know how trivially easy it would be for an op to infiltrate any one of these student protests, to just dress as a student or be a student, pretend to be on their side, and then just rabble-rouse and get clips of it while their friends are like recording them so it makes it look like it's the broader crowd or whatever? Unbelievably easy. Unbelievably easy. Couldn't we use this tactic against Zionists? We don't need to. The Zionists already believe Hitlerite shit and say it, like that woman who said they wanted the student to get raped. But it wouldn't matter because the media wouldn't cover it. It's a two-parter. You need the agitators, and then you also need a dishonest media apparatus to cover it and blow it up. But we don't have control of the media, you know? Like, the Zionism as a sort of like broader ideological bias is represented, massively overrepresented in capital and in media. And for that reason, stuff like this gets elevated and taken way more seriously. Oh, hey, DM. Okay, so what's happening with Austin right now? People were saying, "Hey, Austin University, da da da." What's going on with that? Al Jazeera reporting on it now. Would you like to provide the link? I don't understand why you would say that, but not like if you know that, you're looking at the web page. This was just from an hour ago. Woo! Jesus Christ, is there a full feed of this? Just picking and choosing kids like bottom feeders looking for fucking worms. Not that I've found. How is this not deadly? That's not deadly force. Try to see if I can find a more substantial, like a live stream or something. Fox 4?
It's against America. This is against Western values. This is not just a Jewish problem. This is an American problem.
Are y'all all UT students?
All right, let's hear from the counter protesters that the Fox News reporter went to.
Wait,
I feel good.
How does this make you feel?
Say who you are. Do I say who I am?
Say what's your name?
I'm Jasmine Rad. This is Logan.
What are y'all with?
Fox.
Fox?
Oh, I like Fox.
All right, we'll talk to you.
Wow. Fox? Oh, I like Fox. Yep, there you go. Yeah, that's about right. Yep. There we go. Yeah, yeah.
Greatest networks. How does this make you guys feel? See, watching this happen.
This is really worrisome because
These counter-protesters seem very scared. Yeah, waving Israeli flags in the middle of a crowd, saying their name on television. These guys seem really terrified, you know? I bet they really perceive the real incredible threat of being attacked, you know? Smiling, you know, haha.
thought Texas would never let something like this happen, but here we are with hundreds of students standing here, standing up for something they don't know. They don't know what happens in Palestine. Half of these people would be stoned in Palestine. Women would not be
We're just going to get like standard conservative talking points here, right?
here. Women would be sitting at home. It's really worrisome to see something.
Well, no, they wouldn't be sitting at home because their homes have been bombed, dipshit, actually. What do you mean sitting at home? They would be cowering in Rafah waiting for the Israeli ground invasion.
This happened, but we're really proud that the state of Texas, Governor Abbott, President Hartzell are able to come.
Leading people off, arresting them.
Yeah.
Is that what you guys want to
Well, if
see?
they're attacking police officers, they should escort them.
Can't there be a good debate?
We wish there would be.
There 100% is need for a debate, but when you have a group of people chanting for Intifada revolution, chanting for from the river to the sea, those are genocidal statements. That goes against Title IX, that goes against the conduct policies of the school, right? It's okay if you get a permit and you go through the correct process and peacefully protest, but when you're chanting these genocidal statements, that goes against student policy, it goes against Title IX.
Wait, it's fine if you go through the process, but not if they say that it doesn't go against Title IX, by the way. So wait, you think they should do it like the right way, but you also don't think they should say this?
In the 1950s, 1960s, when on campus, when whites wouldn't allow blacks onto school, the president called in the state guard, called in the correct forces to allow them to come through because it goes against Title IX.
This is just like that, yeah. We need the National Guard to let Jewish students go to school or something. Also, blacks.
We can't have that happen on our campus. No one's debating. It's having we want a peaceful debate. We want to have these tough conversations. We understand that there are disagreements. You can't have it when you're calling for.
It's really crazy how conservatives like aren't people, isn't it? Like she and him are both doing very different stock characters, but they're stock characters all the same. You know? This like whinging, insincere, feigning at civility politics, along with her sneering like, these queers don't even know how they'd be treated by the Muslims.
When you're creating genocidal statements, that's not okay.
Is heading the discussion a way to diffuse this whole situation instead of just doing the protest? Or let the protest happen and have the discussion too?
The thing is, we've tried to talk to these people. They're the ones who don't want to speak to us. They're not pro-Palestine, they're pro-Hamas. They're anti-Jew and they're anti-American.
This guy looks like Hinkle, doesn't he? A little bit?
They're dangerous and this is not okay.
Are you all okay with the arrest of your classmates?
Yes. Yes, completely.
If the police presence wasn't here, they
Love that Fox News, by the way, is like talking to these guys rather than any of these guys. Keep in mind, we're looking at a tiny, tiny, tiny group. They're dangerous while waving a flag. Yeah, yeah, you guys look real under threat right now. Oh boy.
Can you back off? Like back up a little?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. You can talk to him if you want. Oh, that's so cute. That's adorable. Your giggle.
You are adorable.
Yeah, you are adorable.
How's it going over here?
Just people scuffling. What is going on? Democracy. God damn, man. What's really going on down there? LWD, I've said this before and I'll say it again. The insistence that Zionism and Judaism are synchronous is one of the most endangering things you could possibly do or say when it comes to Jewish people. The insistence that any attack on Israel, any criticism of it, any protest against it, any divestment from it is an attack on Jewish people is, in the minds of many people, like essentially an admission to the idea, which I don't believe in, that nobody should believe in, that anti-Semitism is in that like narrow window warranted. You're essentially saying like, well, the pathway to ending genocide is through anti-Semitism. And if that's the case, you're asking people to make like a decision where they have to decide, well, hold on now, which do I value more? In reality, that's fucking bullshit, obviously, and that's the reason why the vast majority of the Jews that you see on camera in this live stream are with the protesters, not the counter-protesters. No getting around it. If you could somehow magically know who identifies as Jewish or whatever the fuck, you know, that it'd be easy. Easy clap. Not even close. Okay? 100%. But no, the insistence from conservatives, no, actually, all of you are being threatened right now because this is an attack on you. All this does is endanger Jewish people. Genuinely. How do you talk to a Zionist who says otherwise, that most Jews are Zionists? most Jews are Zionists in the sense that a lot of them believe that, like, Israel, they have been fed an ungodly amount of propaganda, or they've gone on birthright or whatever, and they've been told that it's like a safe haven for them. Most Jews aren't militantly Zionist. Like, most Jews aren't defending the IDF or whatever. That's a relatively narrow subset of them in the United States, you know? A lot of the Jews who are Zionist in a more like, oh, I don't really know what's going on, but I feel like we need a homeland kind of thing. Like, it's different than what we're seeing demonstrated here. The average Jewish Zionist would not be counter-protesting at these events, if that makes any sense. Yeah, exactly, John Paul. Most Jews are Zionists in the sense that most people are capitalist. It's not like an active intellectual process, you know. It's just like, that is like the default belief they hold. What is this? Rate Haas and Hinkle's fits. Yay! Oh my god, they look so short here. Good lord. Fit check? You know, don't you? Look like children. I like the black shirt, no tie, black jacket. It's the camera angle. Well, they're both also quite short. Why are they so wrinkly? I mean, we can get into it later. When you're at your mom's room door after shitting your bed. Sorry. Man. Did you see Jill Stein got arrested for being part of a protest? Oh, no kidding. She did something useful? Jill Stein, her campaign manager, and deputy campaign manager, Jason Call and Kelly Marill Kyer, have been arrested at Washington University in St. Louis while supporting a protest against Washington U's ties to the war in Gaza.
Go back, I'm gonna have to lock you up. Y'all gotta go back, I'm gonna have to lock you up. Go back out.
Well, not much from the video there, but yeah. This is how the Green Party can win, exactly.
Attention. Another step forward. Another step forward.
Wait, somebody said this is what the New York Times article was referring to before of a bunch of people moving forward on 3 Jewish students. What happened?
In this case.
Wow. I feel so loved.
Excuse me, do you see what you guys are doing to us?
We are going
Do you
to
see how hostile this
slowly
is? And you're asking me not to record?
walk and take a step forward.
Yeah, I absolutely feel threatened right now.
So that we can start to push them out of the camp. One step forward. Another step forward. We ask that you please respect our privacy and our community guidelines, which you have so far disrespected.
This was described by the New York Times as forcing 3 Jewish students out. So let me guess what actually happened then. The 3 Jewish students or whatever were being agitators, or were like trying to like film people or get up in their face or whatever. And then they were like in literally the most polite possible way, they just sort of crowd shoved them out. That this is the like attack on Jewish students. How is this them being Jewish? Or are they saying like, we're going to push the Jewish students out? Like, no. Again, every time they say in the media, like, these students were threatened for being Jewish, it's so far it's like never been that, like, ever. It's always something else, you know?
So far disrespected and leave our camp. One step forward.
Like, look, even when this is happening, they're like jeering and holding up their phone. They probably came here to agitate and to get like incriminating video footage or to like bait engagement or whatever the fuck else, you know?
One step forward. One step forward.
It's cringe, but they're being careful. They're doing the right thing. They're being careful here. That's good.
Have you gotten enough video? Because I look very pretty.
The students aren't doing anything wrong here at all. This is meant to be threatening. This is like the least threatening any crowd has ever been in any situation. This is like the most. This is like the Jesus Christ. This is what the New York Times reported this as: a crowd of people menacing 3 Jewish students and forcing them out of the camp. That is how the New York Times framed it. Nice. I feel like coding things like this to be Jewish is itself anti-Semitic. Like, nobody knows these people are Jewish. No, you can't tell if a person's Jewish. You can't tell a person's religion. They're like, if people are like, oh, well, what about if they look Jewish or whatever? In the same way that like you can make reasonable inferences about a person like maybe looking Muslim. First of all, not reliable, like at all. You know, there are a lot of agnostic people who maybe ethnically would have traced back to religious communities like 100 years ago or whatever in the United States today. And you know, so kind of presumptuous that. And second of all, like, what the fuck do you mean? Like the fucking vast majority of, like, what do you mean? Like, there are I grew up around Jewish Persian people, right? So they looked Middle Eastern, like, to me, you know. I mean, I looked whiter than them by my perception, but a ton of the Jewish people that I see in media are white, like, look just as white as me. So what do you, like, on what metric exactly are we, you know, like, how do they know? Do they have, like, a fucking Jewish Geiger counter or something? Are they hearing the blips? I don't, yeah. What about like Jewish looking people in the protesting side, you know? I went over it yesterday, Yolanda. Yolanda. Yeah. It's so fucking bad. I bet many Nazis would call you a Jew for having Polish ancestry. Yes, and they have. I have looked, Arya. It's called Ashkenormativity. Ashkenazi Jews are insanely prioritized in media and culture compared to other Jews. It's probably just like a New York thing, right? I don't know. New York's a big city, Big Apple. Chad, think before you type. Nobody's thinking today. Nobody's thinking today. How can somebody who doesn't live near a protest help? Gooning, I hear, is a good way to pass the time. You could practice mewing. I don't know. Honestly, Ismalia. Bail funds? The charges are being dropped in a lot of these guys. They don't even need bail funds. Reporters of the Texas Tribune has observed at least 40 demonstrators arrested as of 3:30 p.m. Just make sure to be smart if you're out there getting arrested, you know? Wonder if all these are going to be dropped too. Looks like Trump is screwing up such an easy layup. He's not really screwing this up. Of course Trump would be anti-student protest. Can a class action wrongful arrest suit be started? No, it would never work. It would never take off, ever. It would never be allowed to take off. I wonder when the crackdown in Colombia is going to be. That's going to be pretty scary. What are the odds someone ends up being shot? Probably not that high. I'd be pretty surprised if it went that far. This is also depressing. Why? A massive swell of public support? It's the state reaction. The state reaction is to be expected. And the fact that the First Amendment means jack shit. No, the First Amendment still means something. Don't give up it just yet. For now, at least. You know. While I'm on the Texas Tribune, Governor Greg Abbott orders Texas to ignore Biden administration's new federal protections of LGBTQ plus students. Man, at what point do you fucking mind your Uncle Sam again? It's so cool how Greg Abbott gets to do whatever the fuck he wants, and Biden just seems to have no interest in challenging him. First with the fucking immigration shit, and now this. This was inevitable the moment Biden didn't challenge him at the border. Yep, 100%. Abbott has been openly trying to start a civil war via nullification for years now. Yeah, but he doesn't have the ability to. Like, it's totally toothless. All Biden is doing is giving Abbott and the other conservative governors who want to support him a bunch of power for no reason by allowing him to get away with this. You can't do this. Can't Greg Abbott be arrested for this? No, he can't be arrested for it. But this can at the very least be sort of like delivered in court. Of course, the problem being the Supreme Court is at the moment very conservative leaning. No, Texas is a very alive state, intern. The Supreme Court is currently trying to aid Trump in attempting another coup. Yeah, at the moment that seems to be the main way things are going, so I wouldn't expect them to be very helpful. I wonder if we're ever going to get like the Jacksonian take, you know, the Supreme Court has made their ruling, now let them enforce it. Could we get that but for a good thing? Why is it when people lock the fuck in, it's almost always for a bad thing? Can we see a president lock the fuck in for a good thing? Fiona, the Supreme Court didn't stack the court. They just replaced and appointed as they were able to. Actually stacking the court would be a much more contentious process. And I wonder if it's even meaningfully... I wonder if it's even possible, really. We seem to be on the edge of the campus. Okay, it's all just this group. There's not that much going back in the live feed. Yeah, I've seen Gormy. Well, unlimited solidarity with and support to those brave student protesters. Yeah, but that's not the stacking that people are referring to, Sandy Wage. They're talking about modifying the number of justices on the Supreme Court. Yeah, there are no real American Catholics, CJ Rex. Just Joe Biden and the Mexicans that I grew up around. Norwegian TV expose Israeli spokesman David Mender. Does anyone else hate this account? This account gives me the worst vibes in the universe. Is this guy like an anti-Semite? Is he doing like the Jackson Hinkle thing? What's up? Like this, I don't know. I don't trust this guy one bit. Not even remotely. Maybe it's just people typing in all caps all the time.
Right now, I'm not asking about the Rafah will end in a slaughter, the UN warns. Tell us, how are you going to evacuate all these people?
In the same way that we've done in the past.
That didn't work very well. You told people to move to what was a safe zone, then your forces would end up bombing that area. Are you going to follow the same formula?
So again, I think that's a misrepresentation of this war. We're after Hamas. We've got no problem with...
Excellent suit on the interviewer here, by the way.
...ordinary Gazans. I won't be sharing with you our battle plans. They're being discussed right now.
I'm not asking about the battle plan, Mr. Mansour. So I'm asking, how are you going to evacuate 1.4 million people out of Rafah?
We will do the same as we've done in other parts of this harsh military war. We move people out of harm's way. We've already acquired, there's been multiple reports of shelters which have been acquired, safe zones where people can move to.
We've also seen people with white flags in plain sight.
No, seriously, like where? What shelters have you acquired? It's the Gaza Strip. It's incredibly small. What do you... Where? Where? Like, what do you mean?
Being shot by your forces. We've also seen people in so-called safe zones being bombed. So we've seen your forces kill people on the run from your bombs.
Remember the World Kitchen people who were bombed over and over again over the course of like nearly an hour as they moved from car to car? That was in a safe zone.
Well, over the past 6 months.
So again, I would say to you that we feel we are the most humane army which has ever existed in living.
Thanks, man. That's your yeah, that's true. Man, your handlers have given you a very convincing set of talking points to repeat, you know, to the camera there.
Memory. We've done more to protect civilian lives. Where there have been, Yama, this is important.
Let me. I am a surgeon, Dr. Ha. We are the most ethical army.
Let me share with you.
You even shot your own hostages.
Right.
That came
so
out
where there have
alive,
been
waved flags, and your soldiers
an extremely terrible occurrence that was.
So how are people
where
in Gaza
we have
supposed to
made
feel
mistakes?
Safe? How are they
where we have made mistakes, we investigate, we wait for those results, and we adjust.
Only the Baton Rouge was more ethical. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's assembling a list of the world's most ethical armies ever. Yeah.
Our behavior accordingly. That's what democracies do.
1 week into the war, your army spokesperson...
By the way, have there been any like mainstream stories of IDF military personnel being ousted or tried or charged or anything like that for the innumerable strikes that have happened in unambiguously civilian areas, or the tens of thousands of civilians that have been killed? Just anything like that, like at all? I remember after the World Kitchen people were brutally murdered, there were some people that they claimed they reprimanded, but I don't think they released the people who were given responsibility over it, presumably because, like, the actual truth of the matter is that they have a bunch of, like, retards at the drone center gleefully pushing buttons to just kill civilians at random, and, like, they don't want to, like, they don't want to show how the sausage is made.
And Daniel Hagari showed the world a virtual 3D model of an alleged Hamas command and control center, which stretched several stories beneath the largest medical facility in Gaza, the Shifa Hospital, which you know very well of.
Red Barrel Room, right? The Red Barrel Room, yeah. The one with the Red Barrel Room. The one that the IDF was able to overtake by cleverly targeting the Red Barrel Room, thus causing the chain explosion that destroyed the complex.
Why haven't you shown any proof of such a command center?
Again, Yama, this really line of questioning really shocks us here in Israel.
Yeah, well, you know, asking us for any proof of our claims, frankly, is just offensive. It's anti-Semitic, to be honest. You know, very Hitlerite, I gotta say.
Well, because we've shown the world media, many journalists have been taken to those tunnels. We've seen those bulletproof doors. We've seen the cells.
Built by Israel, yeah. But how does that prove it's a command center? Remember when they invaded, they took the hospital, and immediately afterwards, America and the IDF were both like, oh, wait. Actually, they're real command centers down in Rafah.
No, specifically with Shifa Hospital, what you've shown the world are abandoned tunnels and shafts and weapons your forces claim were found inside the hospital. That does not prove that Hamas had a 3-story underground command and control center under the Shifa, a claim Israel has used to justify the attacks on.
Yeah, I have talked about this before, but in reality, one of the main ways the Israeli government is indiscriminately killing people while avoiding any potential culpability in the line of command is that they are using so-called AI algorithms to find targets, meaning that, and the purpose of this is not to increase the efficiency of the strikes. The purpose of this is that you can then blame you can then point to it and go, oh, well, the AI determined that it was, rather than having to like make an argument. Basically, it's a system for obfuscating culpability. That's the point. That's the whole point.
On hospitals all over the Gaza Strip.
I'm quite disappointed at this line of questioning, and it's not just from you, because we face this unreasonable burden of proof of the horrors of Hamas strategies. We've shown you tunnels.
Hamas has never.
I know this is clipped, by the way. This has been clipped deceptively to cut off that bloviating fuck pig. You know, and listen to this guy. So I can't really talk about where it gets cut off, but
Denied they had tunnels under Gaza. That's an open secret. But you're claiming that they had a command center under the biggest hospital in Gaza. You use that as an argument to lay that hospital in ruins, and that's why it's a question the international press has to ask you. Where is this command center under the Shifa hospital?
Asking questions is, of course, the right thing to do for any journalist, but we have produced evidence of terror tunnels underneath.
Terror tunnels! Sounds like a ride at an amusement park.
The hospital. I apologize, Yama, if it's not enough for you. I apologize for the fact that we found RPGs in an intensive care unit. I apologize for the fact that we were fired on from the maternity ward. And I can tell you one thing, it wasn't the midwives that were firing at us. We know we've killed at least 13,000 terrorists, armed terrorists. I remind you again.
They don't know that, by the way. They don't know that. I know the estimate right now, it's probably, we say about 30,000 people. I think it's around 35,000 people have been killed. In reality, it's probably a lot more. There was a lot more hesitation to use the Hamas Gaza health industry numbers back when we were earlier in the genocide, but now that the total number killed is probably a lot higher than actually being reported, like a lot higher. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's well into the 6 digits at this point. The apparatus, the structure for counting the dead in Gaza is just not there anymore. Well, like, not even the health ministry can't meaningfully do that anymore. Like, it used to be there was at least some ability to line the corpses to count something, but now, like, even that has fallen apart. It's almost impossible to know. Yeah, they're finding mass graves. We don't know what has or hasn't been counted. The doctors have been killed. The hospital's blown up. There aren't even places to do the counting in a lot of places. I have no idea. I couldn't even begin to guess how many have been killed. But now that the total number of dead is almost certainly much higher than the Hamas backed Gaza Health Ministry reports, everyone seems fucking fine using those numbers. Now, as for how the IDF has determined that a third of those killed have been terrorists, well, you gotta trust them.
How do you know that you've killed 13,000 terrorists?
Oh, thank you.
Because they were firing at us.
So did you do a head count?
Yes.
So this is a verifiable fact, according to you.
I don't say that we have their lists. I don't say
So this is a lie. He's just saying that. There's no evidence of this.
we have their names, but we have killed 13,000 combatants.
Yes, but it's just a number, Mr. Mensur. It's just a number. We have.
Keep in mind that we have tons of evidence of them consistently referring to people as combatants when there's no evidence they actually were. Like there are so many women and children who have been killed. You know, like they'll just say anyone they kill as a combatant. That's the default. You know.
Never seen any concrete proof that backs up this number.
So I'm a spokesman for this government. I'm a spokesman for this government and the Israeli people. And I'll tell you right now that we have killed 13,000 terrorists.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very compelling. Thank you.
We have executed the gold standard when it comes to firing and directing our war at the terrorists and getting civilians out of harm's way.
You say you've set the gold standard. Your critics would say Israel is waging a genocidal war, according to UN experts. Israel finds itself in the docks in the International Criminal Court of Justice, which says there is plausible reason to believe genocide is being committed in Gaza.
Even the U.S. State Department is circulating internal memos from about half of its bureaus discussing like the complete uncredibility of Israel and their failure to adhere to international guidelines for humanitarian rights with the weapons that we've given them.
The EU says Israel is using starvation as a weapon against 2.2 million Gazans.
Yes.
Doesn't really sound like a gold standard.
Even the IDF has no clue. They set up zones to kill anyone who enters. Yeah, this is from Haaretz as well. Yeah, Israel created kill zones in Gaza. Anyone who crosses into them is shot. And a lot of these kill zones aren't even like marked properly. Like they just kill people. You know. The Israeli army says 9,000 terrorists have been killed since the Gaza war began. Defense officials and soldiers, however, tell Haaretz that these are often civilians whose only crime was to cross an invisible line drawn by the IDF. You know, you could literally just be like a 16-year-old boy who's like moving through the rubble because you want to see if you can find the remnants of your parents in the building that you were forced to leave the other day, and you just get murked out of nowhere, and you get like listed as combatant, and they're like, whoop, another terrorist down.
Executed that.
Says Israel is using starvation as a weapon against 2.2 million Gazans. Doesn't really sound like a gold standard.
So let me take those apart, because there's a lot in that question which you just asked. On genocide, I would point you to the fact that a genocide was committed against my people, indiscriminate killing against my people. You know, we, the Jewish...
Wait, are you talking about the Holocaust, which was a genocide, or are you talking about October 7th, the event that I've never heard of before that I'm about to be educated on?
People, we recognize evil when we see it.
Oh, that's great. That's a very gold standard, most ethical army in history, by the way. We know evil when we see it, you know? What does that have to do with anything? Literally nothing. Literally just, oh, genocide? Did you know that Jewish people have been genocide? Oh, I did know that, actually. I'm a student of history. Thank you. What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
We've been very, very clear that it's a terrible war. It's a dangerous war.
Really?
We've lost 606 of our soldiers in this.
That must be rough. You know, really reminds you what they're going up against, that they've killed so many tens of thousands and they've lost 600. Really a nice reminder on the unconscionable imbalance. Like, the battle between the United States occupation forces and the Taliban was more fucking straightforward than that. Like this is more one-sided than that. This is fucking insane, you know? Like, Jesus Christ.
War, but this country is united on its war aims, and we will be successful because, you know, we don't have anywhere else to go in this country. You know, there is only one Jewish...
I notice you didn't answer the questions that were asked of you. You're just going back to the talking points. I know, again, that this is cut. It's possible he did answer it. They're cutting in between bits here, but I think it's pretty clear, even from the cuts of the responses that we are seeing, what he's like and what he's saying.
State in the entire world.
And WHO says the figures from the Gaza Health Ministry, Hamas's health ministry, are reliable, that they even passed international scrutiny in previous wars. In fact, if you look up the numbers, in the wars in 2014 and 2021, Israel's and Hamas's casualty numbers were almost identical. Why would suddenly they lie in this current crisis and war?
The health ministry does not differentiate between a civilian combatant, which is a tragedy, we say that very, very clearly.
Civilian combatant, you say? What was that? Excuse me. What do you mean by that? Could you clarify?
In previous wars. In fact, if you look up the numbers, in the wars in 2014 and 2021, Israel's and Hamas's casualty numbers were almost identical. Why would suddenly they lie in this current crisis and war?
The health ministry does not differentiate between a civilian combatant, which is a tragedy, we say that very, very clearly, and a terrorist. We do. We do.
You don't. But also civilian combatant. All right.
The UN says these numbers coming from the Hamas Health Ministry are reliable. There's no reason to doubt them because several times this health ministry during this war.
Is that just a dude with a gun or whatever? No, civilian combatant, his term just means civilian. But everyone the IDF kills is a combatant to them. Like they don't differentiate at all. Israel commits daily stuff that would haunt the Obama administration for weeks or months after. Like, remember when the Obama administration got in a bunch of hot water for drone striking that wedding? That's just daily shit to Israel. Like, it was bad when Obama did it. It led to a lot of blowback. But like, you know, like I'm not saying it fucking ruined his career or whatever. I'm just saying like it was something for the IDF. Like that's daily shit.
Has published long lists of names where you have the ID number, their names. Detailed lists have been published documenting who has been killed inside the Gaza Strip.
It may have been a Freudian slip and he meant to say civilian casualty. I think that if that was the case, though, he would have said terrorist casualty. He said civilian combatant or terrorist. If he had said civilian combatant or terrorist casualty, then maybe like he mixed up combatant and casualty. But the word combatant hadn't even been used recently. Again, unless it was part of a section that hadn't been clipped in. It makes me think that that was just the term they used, civilian combatant, you know?
During this war. You claim you've killed 13,000 Hamas fighters, yet you haven't produced any lists whatsoever. No documentation. It's a number you're giving the world.
It's a number which our army has given to us.
By the way, just so you guys know, it would not be impossible for the IDF to actually make lists of the terrorists they kill, in the same way the Gaza Health Ministry was able to obtain names and ID numbers for the many, many people, the civilians, who were killed by Israel. The IDF, when engaging in combat with a terrorist, could shoot them, and then, you know, engage in the grim work of identifying the corpse, which is something that can be done in many cases. Did he just admit the army has no oversight? Yeah, I love the idea that the military just gets to dictate that.
In a democratic country, with checks and balances, with media scrutiny, with all the Western values that Norway holds dear or should hold dear.
Well, Mr. Mensur, I ask you again, where is the concrete proof that you've killed 13,000 fighters?
This isn't a bad question to ask. If you ask the U.S. military how we distinguish between civilian casualties or Taliban combatants back in like our occupation of Afghanistan, like, I'm not saying that we were good. All I'm saying is that that's at the very least a conversation that could be had. Whereas again, in Israel, whatever the IDF says goes. Like no, that's it. Now, whatever we say. 50 squadrillion Hamas slings, 5-year-old Hamas babies, you know, Hamas base in your skull.
Okay, you claim it, but where is the proof? At least Hamas's health ministry has published lists confirming who has died several times.
I wouldn't take Hamas's word for anything, literally anything.
So we shouldn't believe Hamas, we shouldn't believe the UN, the World Health Organizations, all the aid groups
well, the UN
on the
is
ground,
Hamas.
Rights groups from all over the world. We shouldn't believe them, we should believe the Israeli government.
You'll excuse me if I feel extremely skeptical about almost anything which comes out of the United Nations.
Man, it sure is so cool how Israel has basically given up on the concept of international diplomacy and has accepted that they're so evil that everyone hates them. And you know, like that's so great. I love how America protects them for that. You know?
We are a proud member of the United Nations. Our officials express our beliefs in the United Nations, and we defend ourselves as is the right thing to do.
Okay. I wish that wasn't clipped so much, but it was still pretty fun to go over. Nice. Israel has to be a pariah state after this. It kind of is to a large extent. Yeah, I saw in a rodeo. Okay. Hold on one second. ENG, you're not about to like what comes next. That's right. You were the person who said this is also fucking depressing. And now you're doomer pilled? You're taking a break. I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm. For the rest of the stream. Get out of here. Okay? We cover ongoing genocide and conflict with a cheery disposition in this community, all right? Fix your goddamn attitude. Cheery side of that interview, loved the interviewer's voice. Yeah, and he was gorgeous. Beautiful suit on, too. Really, really nice suit. You know, the Anthology just today released their lookbook for the Everyman suit that they're doing. Like a proper business suit. I don't know if it's something that I would necessarily want myself, because I don't do business, you know? They had a really nice wool one, or gray charcoal one over here. I like this lookbook too. It's cute, you know, doing like little thingamajig. There you go. I think that looks pretty good. I think the material's nice. I've always wanted a charcoal or maybe like a very dark brown suit. What's the conclusion on the guy? The Twitter user gave me bad vibes, not the person who was doing the interviewing. Great stream, Cause. I'm not done streaming. That looks nice. They're being wacky, see? Oh, wait, they also have a double-breasted suit. Doesn't that look good? I like it. I like the visible darts on the front. It's so basic, though. It's not really basic. They're very high-quality, like, retro men's business suits. Nobody really dresses like this anymore. Ah, well. Don't buy clothes in Italy, Rini Uwu. I don't respect Italian fashion. Disco Elysium Discourse has hit the Twitter trending tab, but why? In what way? That's not helpful. Fuck you. Piece of shit. In a landmark ruling, the United States Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals rules gender identity is a protected characteristic, and that state coverage bans in trans care are unconstitutional. This will have far-reaching impacts. Wait, that is huge. Wait, hello? Hello? Lag? Hello? And Medicaid bans on treatments for gender dysphoria are unconstitutional. Already subscribed. Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. Well, glad the Fourth Circuit got it, not the Fifth Circuit. a state or the Supreme Court? The Fourth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. I bet this is going up to the Supreme Court. In issuing the final ruling, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals declared that transgender exclusions were, quote, obviously discriminatory and were in violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution, upholding lower court rulings that barred the discriminatory exclusions. Nice. So they appealed to it, and they upheld this claim rather than challenging the previously held one. The high priests can still undo this, sadly. Yeah. I mean, they could not take it. It would be possible for them to not take it, you know? Maybe. The ruling focused on two cases in states within its jurisdiction, North Carolina and West Virginia. In North Carolina, trans state employees who were on state health plan were unable to use it to obtain gender-affirming care for gender dysphoria diagnoses. In West Virginia, a similar exclusion applied to those in the state's Medicaid plan for surgeries related to a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Huh. Attorneys for the states had argued the policies were not discriminatory because the exclusions for gender-affirming care apply to everyone, not just trans people. They do this every time, man. It's the same with the homelessness thing. We're not discriminating against homeless people. Rich people also won't be allowed to sleep on the street. Literally, it's not discriminatory to bar things that are for a specific group of people, because everyone's barred from them too, even the people who will never need them. The majority of the court, however, struck down the claim, pointing to several other cases where such arguments break down. Yeah, they keep doing that. They're like, banning same-sex marriage isn't discriminatory against gay people because straight people also won't be allowed to do same-sex marriage. Therefore, it's not a discrimination thing. Nobody can do it. That's literally an argument they made. Does that sound too stupid to be real? That is literally the argument they made. That is actually what they said. That's not a joke. Such as same-sex marriage bans, quote, applying to straight, gay, lesbian, and bisexual people equally, even though straight people would be entirely unaffected by such bans. Other cases cited included literacy tests, a tax on wearing kippot for Jewish people, and interracial marriage in Loving v. Virginia. Like, jurisprudence on this dates back well over a century. Of particular note in the majority opinion was a section on Geduldig v. Aiello that seemed laser targeted towards an eventual Supreme Court decision on discriminatory policy regarding transgender people. The case, a 1974 ruling, determined that pregnancy discrimination is not inherently sex discrimination because it does not classify on sex, but rather on pregnancy status. Using similar arguments, the states claimed that gender-affirming care exclusions did not classify or discriminate based on transgender sex or status, but rather on a diagnosis of gender dysphoria and treatments to alleviate that dysphoria. The majority was unconvinced, ruling gender dysphoria is so intimately related to transgender status as to be virtually indistinguishable from it. Huh? A good rule. Not only a good ruling, but a good bit of jurisprudence, you know, a good like line that'll be referred to in the future. The excluded treatments aim at addressing incongruity between sex assigned at birth, between sex assigned at birth and gender identity, the very heart of transgender status. In doing so, the majority cited several cases, many from after Geduldig was decided. I do think, though, that this 74 ruling is bullshit. Discrimination on pregnancy is discrimination on sex, right? Like, that is a female sex characteristic, right? Even a trans man could potentially be subject to it. That is obviously a classification of sex, you know? It's like a second order classification. Like, you need to be of the female sex to get pregnant, at least for now, haha. But like the vast majority, like that is, it's a very like overlapped Venn diagram, basically. You know. Notably, Geduldig was cited in both the 6th and the 11th Circuit decisions upholding gender-affirming care bans in a handful of states. Shitty jurisprudence. That needs to be overturned. But if that's going to be overturned, it has to be like from the Supreme Court, and that's not going to happen. Not right now. If you could, would you get pregnant? Are you fucking kidding me? Pregnancy is horrifying. Jesus Christ. Fucking nightmare shit. I mean, miracle of life and all that, but good Lord. In me? Nope. Nope and never. Bro, it literally kills people. Yeah, and I don't even bottom. So, like, I've got a really tight hole. I'd die during the birth, you know? Okay. The court also pointed to the potentially ridiculous conclusions that strict readings of what counts as proxy discrimination, there we go, could lead to, such as if legislators attempted to use XX chromosomes and XY chromosomes to get around sex discrimination policies. Especially where government budgets are involved, there will frequently be a, quote, rational basis for discrimination. A law that pays state employees with XX chromosomes 75% of what state employees with XY chromosomes are paid has a rational, non-discriminatory reason. It saves the state a lot of money. But under the principal dissent's framework, not only would that law be facially neutral, it would also be supported by a rational, non-discriminatory reason. So yeah, this was talked about earlier in this article, but to explain, there were in some former Confederate states, there were literacy tests that were employed before you were allowed to vote, right? You needed to prove that you could read and write to a certain degree before your vote would be counted. Now, a lot of folks couldn't read or write back then. You know, like white folk, black folk, more white people could read and write back then than black people because slavery had just ended, you know, but a lot of people couldn't read or write. But the people who wrote these laws didn't want to block white people from voting. So what they did was they implemented the grandfather clause, basically saying, hey, if at X point in time your grandfather would have been eligible to vote at that time, then don't worry about it. You don't need to pass a literacy test. You're fine. No black American's grandfather would have been eligible to vote during the time period listed because they would have been a slave. So the law, the grandfather clause, didn't specifically target or even mention black people. All it did was mention that if your grandfather could vote at a certain time, then you're fine. Yes, that is where grandfathered in comes from. That is where that term comes from, yeah. But it's obviously discrimination against black people, right? This is the so-called discrimination by proxy here, which... What did I press to make that pop up? I don't know how Substack works. I should find out how it works. Once again, by the way, Aaron in the Morning, Aaron Reed, phenomenal blog. If you want to keep up on anything involving trans people, like she knocks that shit out of the park. Really, really, really good. Like really, really good, you know? A comparison for white and black people across the United States in 1870, 80% of black people could not read and 10% of white. See. Yeah, the obvious purpose of this was to prevent black people from voting, but they wanted to do so in a way that didn't technically ban black people from voting. So they engaged in proxy discrimination, which is, again, what the Sixth Circuit Court here is trying to prevent from happening on trans people with regards to healthcare. Yes, it's very America-focused, Lily Cram. I wonder if this is going to get picked up by the Supreme Court. The decision will likely have nationwide impacts on court cases in other districts. The case had become a major battleground for trans rights, with dozens of states filing amicus briefs in favor or against the protection of the equal process rights of transgender people. 21 Republican states filed an amicus brief in favor of denying trans people anti-discrimination protections in healthcare, and 17 Democratic states joined an amicus brief in support of the healthcare rights of transgender individuals. Wacky, wacky stuff. Both parties the same, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, yeah. Nice. This is almost definitely going to be picked up by the Supreme Court, because otherwise this is going to be used as jurisprudence in ways that the Republican states wouldn't like. My understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, the district courts of appeals are only allowed to accept cases on appeal within the states they control, but their rulings can still be used as jurisprudence everywhere. So the fact that the Sixth Court of Appeals can only take appeal cases from a given set of states doesn't change the fact that this ruling will affect the nation. It's a good thing, so the Supreme Court will overturn this decision. Nice. Well, we await that. Wait, did I say 6th? I think it was 4th Circuit, not 6th, 4th Circuit. The disco discourse? Oh, I saw this. This isn't even really discourse. It's just people shitting on a really bad tweet. What I love about Disco Elysium, vast possibility space due to genius feat of design, writing's incredible. What I don't like about Disco Elysium, do we really need another grimy detective story? I'm playing as a generic middle-aged white man again. Ugh. So generic. I want a game that uses Disco Elysium's insanely well-crafted narrative system and wonderful writing, but about a young witch trying to solve the disappearance of her neighbor's cat in a small village in the Alps. And I think the follow-up tweet to this, I think, says all you need to say about it. What if Disco Elysium was about nothing, actually? Pretty good. Oh, yeah, Harrier Dubois, the most generic white dude imaginable. Truly, he is copied and pasted. Yeah, I saw that. BAFTA judge. Is that true? BAFTA judge. He says it in the tweet. Huh. Well, that's pretty embarrassing. Really? British Arts Charity. Yeah, BAFTA. British Academy Film Awards. Ugh. Not to go after people who like this kind of thing, but you guys do know that this particular art style is quickly turning into the indie version of like the corporate art style, the one where everyone is pastel colors and simple shapes and they move around and it's all meant to look like unthreatening, but it looks really soulless. I'm not saying it's necessarily bad if you draw like this. It's just, man, oh man, I have seen a lot of shit drawn like this. And it does feel like it's kind of like the infinitely appealing, like no one could possibly. It feels like very dulled down. You're being transphobic now? No, trans people fucking love Disco Elysium because they all know that Harriet Dubois is an egg. Yeah, ew, no more white man. Let me play as the whitest thing imaginable, a young white witch in a small village in the Alps. Classic. Yeah, gentrifying indie art. We're doing the crackdown?
And asking University is ending negotiations with protesters, saying they've been unable to come to an agreement. The school is flatly rejecting demands to divest from Israel and asking protesters to disperse voluntarily. This as police are cracking down on the growing number of protests at colleges and universities across the country. ABC's Alex Prochet joins me now from Ohio State University with more. Alex, hundreds of people were arrested at pro-Palestinian protests over the weekend. Now more students are calling for their colleges to divest from Israeli military operations. Meanwhile, some Jewish students say that they're facing threats on campus. What's the latest on all of this?
Well, Diane, I want to get to that, but we have a little bit of breaking news, specifically from Columbia University, which is another one of those universities where a lot of the student body has been asking for the college to divest from Israeli investments and also support for Israel.
Remember, this is the encampment where 60% of the protesters were all using the same tent or something, and it's just like some cheap, shitty Amazon. Like it's.
Recently sent out a memo to students saying that if you do not identify yourself and leave that encampment on the university premises by 2 p.m., you will not be in good standing and will be suspended pending further investigation. And so this is kind of
yeah, has anyone looked into this Amazon figure and how they're able to supply tents to so many protesters? Curious.
Further escalation in that tension on the university's campus between students and pro-Palestinian protesters and some of the faculty and administration and law enforcement there. We've seen those clashes over the weekend, not just at Columbia, but across the country. Students trying to make their voices heard along with other organizers. That's been the case here at Ohio State as well. We saw a big protest, hundreds gathered specifically here Thursday night into Friday. They were met by state troopers and also university police. A couple dozen arrests there, and actually many of those folks that were arrested are being arraigned today. Another set are going to be arraigned on Wednesday. But I mean, you see, things are relatively quiet, at least here in Ohio.
Relatively decent coverage so far. Yeah, the narrative bias from the media on the protests has been so awful that even neutral sounding coverage is actually like a huge relief. Just some guy matter-of-factly describing what's happening is practically like a message of support in comparison to the hundreds and thousands of broadcasts and articles that have been like, are these protests anti-Semitic? We have evidence of one student feeling threatened. To get more on this, we asked a friend of the student who says that at one point they were targeted for being Jewish, and then you see the video and it's them waving a giant Israeli flag. It's like, okay.
And partly because, I mean, classes, final exams wrap up tomorrow. A lot of students have already kind of moved off campus, but there's a big discussion here, not just about these demands from some of these protest organizers, but also the response. And one of the big pushbacks, specifically here at Ohio State, was the police response. Not just students, but also some faculty members talking about that they thought that it was a little more forceful than need be.
All right, Alex Prochet at Ohio State in Columbus. Thank you.
Oh, I feel like a dick. I thought this guy was mean-mugging the camera. He just has a lazy eye. I didn't realize.
Amid the Israel-Hamas war, there is growing unrest on college campuses.
Get the fuck off my thing. I was talking. Asshole. Yeah, I thought that he was glaring because I didn't look that hard, you know? But no, it was just one of his eyes was squinting. I thought he was looking in the sun. Oh, I think he has a lazy eye. Whatever. You fucking asshole. I think that lazy eyes are kind of endearing. I think that lazy eyes are going to be like a big in vogue. Is it a disability? Is that a disability? Not really. It's a condition. I don't know. Now that Mithrun is going to be up in Dungeon Meshi. It's time. It's time, everyone. Are you ready for people to start trying to give themselves nerve damage so that they can capitalize on the Mithrun fever that's going to take America by storm? Are you all fucking ready? Watch Dungeon Meshi. Watch Dungeon Meshi. This is a nice illustration. Well, thank you. You should read Dungeon Meshi too. You should watch and read it like I did. I read it twice and I've watched it 3 times. I'm getting a lot of friends into it. Gotcha, Pragmasticus. Thank you. Bro, what? Well, you watch it yourself, you watch it with friends, and you watch it, oh, another friend wants to. Of course, Turtle Totem. Oh, nice, Child of the Gods. UT students are backing the cops off campus. Oh, geez. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's pretty loud. Good lord. Huh.
Now we're going up. I'm going to put my guy up top. Put my guy up top. Pulling my guy out and up top.
In spite of never leaving the house myself, I know a decent amount about protest tactics just from people I knew and stuff that I've looked into. I have to say, I'm actually very impressed for the most part with the behavior of the pro-Palestinian protesters. Generally speaking, I've seen a pretty high level of coordination and discipline. It's not perfect, of course, but like for the most part, them coordinating to not talk to that awful grifting lady, them like moving in tandem, like in formation, basically. It's been pretty impressive work. Especially considering these are, again, student protesters, not like an organized group. What would be the example of a perfect protest? I know it's cliche and like the expected answer, but in the United States, the best example of a protest ever would be without a doubt like those contained within the civil rights movement. It's the obvious answer, but yeah. MLK Jr. and the apparatus that he had for organizing protests and the way in which they were handled was pretty much perfect. I can't, like, the history called on them to fill a role, and they filled the fuck out of that role, you know? They did that shit. It was executed very, very, very well. I think that in a lot of ways, the Black Panther Party could have done the same if it weren't for the fact that they got fucking opped, you know? If they hadn't gotten COINTELPRO'd, killed by the government, you know, infiltrated by the FBI extensively, it's very possible that in like an ideal situation, they could have been the other model of like the more revolutionary model. But yeah, they were fucked with so extensively. The FBI also killed MLK, right? Well, you know, people say stuff. They're moving at the same speed. Don't want any like heroes breaking rank and running forward too far. This classic photo, yeah, this shit goes hard. Oh, I've seen this photo before. I never actually noticed the one white man in line isn't wearing the sign because the question isn't, yeah, this is actually a turf protest. You know, this is, they're talking about the XY chromosomes. No, the one white man's manhood is already taken for granted, so he doesn't need to wear the sign. Notice the high-rise trousers here? Notice? See? Right there? See? Looks pretty good, huh? Looks pretty good? Huh? Looks pretty good. Yeah, for sure, Demon Mama, as long as they know how to handle themselves. That beard looks fresh. Yeah, that was a pretty big beard for the 60s. When are you ordering a kiffy? I don't want to feel like I'm LARPing or whatever. I mean, I could, but... I do think they look nice, though. Please do the LARP. I do think they're pretty. I could find, I could try to get, like, a nice one. You know, not like an Amazon one. See if there's, like, a... You know... Most of the student protesters have them. Well, not most, but... Yeah, we gotta find the Gucci cafe. Exactly. The Gucci. Versace. Versace. You want a scarf with a good texture, folks. Kufiyeh.org, home of the Palestinian scarf. Is this where the high quality ones are? The original Kufiyeh shop. Sorry, you've activated the fashion autism. 1 second. They don't have to be black and white, right? That's not like a requirement for the symbolism. That's just typically what it is. They're all out of stock. Ah, I see. They're all out of stock. Are there any that are in stock? Like, is there any color that's in stock? Let me see. God damn, they really are all out. Estimated delivery time 2 months. Holy shit, well, their mills are getting work. I'm sure I could find one if I looked. Well, it seems like they took the cops off campus. You know, it's 3 o'clock anyway. I know I started an hour late, but it did allow me to get a full night's sleep, and I feel better than I have in weeks. I think we'll just have to cover more of this tomorrow. I'm glad they were able to get the cops off. It seems like nobody was hurt. That's very good. I mean, the cops will probably be back, but, you know, that's how it is, too. All right, yeah, we'll do more tomorrow. Don't you tempt me, Dr. Strange. Thank you for the stream today. It was important. Oh, don't you even. If you've enjoyed the stream, please consider liking and subscribing. I imagine that the guys who have been watching the stream probably already have done that, but, you know, either way, is that a hickey Vosh? I fell down a flight of stairs. I'm lucky I got away with just this, honestly. Those stairs were aggressive. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Dono before the sad hits. Here are my dumb boys behaving well and not up to anything suspicious. Looking good, King. Ooh. Cats love waiting outside closed doors. That's their... Ooh! Cartoon babies. Very good. Dun, dun. Who still gives hickeys? What are you, 15? Well, this would be me receiving a hickey, actually. Also, they're just fun. What do you... I honestly, I just think a lot of you people just stop having fun past an age. Bro, you're 30. You're telling me you still hit it from the back, upside down, on the floor, against the wall, reverse, twist top. You know, the main... Okay, never mind. If I... You're telling me that just because you're an adult, you can't, like, bludgeon someone to death with a hammer? Come on. Liba, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Nebraskan Libsoak, thank you for the $5. Been watching finance YouTube recently for budgeting advice, and the advice is always get into real estate. Yep. The only way to succeed in this system is to be a leech, so other people suffer for your benefit. Yeah. There are ways there is good financial advice out there. Matthew McConaughey 666, thank you for the $10. Off topic, but Meridian, Mississippi is closing their public offices today, April 29th, to honor Confederate Memorial Day. Nice. I hate it in the South. Yep. Yep. Wiggly Charlie, thank you for the 5. Thoughts on this clip of him supporting young people being pissed off? Who's young? Who's him? Who is he?
Yeah. So Scott, let's get into your book.
Oh, this dipshit fucking business professor?
But first, run through, if you will. I've seen you talk about this in speeches. Talk about how the system is rigged. So if you got $1 million, great. If you got...
Oh, wait. Is this not about the protests? Okay, I think this is about an overall wealth thing. I can't really say. You know what I can say? You know what I can say? You know what I can fucking say? I can say that it looks ridiculous to wear a fucking business suit jacket with a non-spread collar. What is this? What are we doing here? Notice how this guy's collar extends out until it reaches the lapel of the jacket, thus creating a very clean break. And this guy just has this little, like, little lobster claw shirt collar. You'd think somebody who's literally teaching people business as a job would be better about this. I hate all non-spread colors on dress shirts. Oh, facetious. I am actually going to hardline this. If you are buying a dress shirt, it's spread color or nothing. That's it. If you are buying a dress shirt, not just a button-up, a dress shirt that you intend to wear with a suit, it needs to be spread color or don't buy it. Anything else is an abomination. Oxford shirts are fine, but you wouldn't wear them with a suit. You'd wear them on their own, you know? This guy looks pretty well put together. I like what this lady is going on, too. Not really sure what it was. There it is, Tim Jim. The worst are Oxford shirts with ties. Yeah. I think that, like, an Oxford shirt with no jacket and a kind of, like, thin tie, or maybe, like, a knitted tie can look okay if you're going for this very particular kind of, like, humdrum, browbeaten engineer look. You know what I mean? Like, with the tie kind of, like, a little loosely undone. But that's, like, that's not even, like, an outfit, really. That's more of a, like, specific... You're like, trying to give a vibe there, if that makes any sense, you know? Short sleeve Oxford with the tie. Yeah, exactly. Short sleeve Oxford with tie. And I think that can look okay. Oh, God. No, I look up short sleeve Oxford with tie, and I get this. This isn't a short... Oh, God. What is this abomination? That's not short sleeve, and that's not an Oxford shirt. God almighty. Oh, God. They're not even Oxford shirts. Okay, I found a model with a short sleeve Oxford shirt and a tie, but they put some, like, 25-year-old model in it, so it looks weird, and this isn't the right kind of tie? And you're wearing trousers when you should be wearing this with jeans? Why would you... Why would you do this look with trousers? Why would you wear trousers with this? You're wearing a short sleeve Oxford. Wear jeans. Why are you wearing a gray tie? Okay. Intern vibe? Intern who doesn't know how to dress vibe. Oh, yeah, man. You ready for your shiny Oxford short sleeve with a with a fucking striped tie? Fuck, dude. Men's fashion is dead. Legitimately, like, a lot of it is like a Google thing. If you Google, like, any fashion, it's over. It's so fucking over. What is the obsession with men and wearing black shirts? Like button-ups. Why? Why do you all want to look like waiters so badly? Or, in this gentleman's case, a retarded waiter. Why? Looks like a bartender. He looks repulsive. I'm sorry. Okay. Hold on. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing the lesson before I finish reading donos. We're back on the anthology. Okay? All right, let's take a look at some different kinds of shirts. All right? Real quick. If you don't care, then you can leave. It's fine. The stream's pretty much over. Okay, it's fine. Okay, are you ready? Is it time? It's time. Okay? These are flanneled cotton shirts. Okay? Now, because they're flanneled, these are not dress shirts. These are button-up shirts that happen to have a spread collar. A spread collar is what gives you that nice, elegant sweep here on the collar. See that? That nice wide spread? But these are not formal dress shirts. These are informal. See? Notice how it looks a little bit dressed down, even though he's wearing a double-breasted suit jacket here? Do you see what I'm talking about? That's mostly because of the texture. Dress shirts tend to be shiny. Do you see what I'm talking about here? See how this has like a more casual vibe? Right? You can see it, right? Okay, I'm just going to assume chat understands what I'm talking about because I can't wait for the thing, okay? I like these flannel shirts quite a bit. Like, a lot. I really like their look. I like how dressed down they look. That's one of the reasons why in all of these photos, they're all unbuttoned. See? Because they're not meant to be, like, super formal or whatever. Oh, here's one being worn its own. That looks really nice. What's a shirt? Experts have yet to decide. Like that quite a bit. And what's this? This is charcoal. Oh, this is a cotton cashmere. 7% cashmere. Notice how instantly it makes this one look quite a bit more dressy. See, it's got more of a shine to it with that cashmere than if it was just the flanneled cotton. Looks nice. Still not a dress shirt, but it looks nice. How do you feel about band collars? I don't really like band collars. Now we have striped shirts. See? Now these aren't flanneled, so these are a bit more dressy. Oh, that photo's zoomed out. Give me a non-zoomed out photo, please. There we go. See, these are a bit more dressy. See how they're shinier? They have a little bit less of that, like, furry texture to them. Do you see what I'm talking about? I wish they would give me more detailed photos for these, but these are older items in their catalog, so they don't have as many model shots. The thing that's holding these back from formality, though, is the fact that A, not particularly shiny, and B, they're patterns. These are very informal stripes. See? You see what I'm talking about? Nobody in chat's engaging with my rhetorical question, so I'm just going to continue as though I'm lecturing people through, like, Zoom or something. Okay? Now, right here, these are seersucker shirts. Seersucker is a very special kind of fabric. It was very popular back in the South when the good old boys needed to not sweat themselves to death in the summer heat. Oh, wait, no photos with these? Aw, come on. Seersucker has such a nice, oh, there we go. Do you see the texture on that? It puckers. Seersucker has this, like dimply texture all over it, see? Very informal, very, like, if you wore this with any suit, it'd be like a cream suit or something, you know, like very, very, very informal. But these are spread collars, so they're meant to be like that. Similar to linen, they fill a similar role as linen and being in like a more informal, more summer texture. Yeah. Now we have the Oxford shirts. Look, see, these ones are button down, and as a consequence, they are not formal shirts. Though the button-down Oxford shirts that are offered by the Anthology are dressier than most Oxford shirts that you'll find because that's the style of the brand. See? Okay, now we go further down, and these are chambray shirts. They're like denim, but more thin. These shirts are beautiful. Do you see the texture on this? Careful. Look at this texture work. Tell me that doesn't look fucking amazing. Like, come on, let's be real here. That looks really good. Chambray basically has like a kind of denim weave where if you look closely, you can see it like a cross mark. But it's thinner and can be worn like as a shirt, like more regularly. I think this is a linen suit too, judging from the puckering at the edges here. So yeah, this would be chambray shirt, linen suit, not super formal, really, really nice. Knitted tie too, right? That's not just a pattern, right? I think that's knitted, yeah. What do you think of the texture with this with the shirt? This is a very textural outfit. Notice, by the way, how the pocket square doesn't just mimic the color of the shirt, but rather complements it. You have light blue, light green, so a light yellow to round out this this palette. See? Not bad, huh? Very well structured outfit right there. Beautiful stuff. Very well done. I also quite like one of my favorite fashion photos of all is here in the red chambray shirt image. So we can see right here, just gorgeous, you know. Isn't it a bit too much in the texture? No, it's fine. You can do textural outfits. They can be, you know, they're not formal. These are not business suit fits. This is if you want to go out looking good, you know? But not like business wear or whatever. They also have a white chambray shirt, you know, undyed, basically. And as you can see, it looks an awful lot like just a relatively textured white shirt. Does that work for hairy chest guys? Yeah. Yes, of course. This is a Hong Kong-based brand. Most of the men that they're modeling with here are relatively hairless and small compared to, say, me. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Now take a look at this. Bordeaux, mocha, and white striped shirt. What do you mean by formal and non-formal? All these look like formal clothes for me. When I say formal, what I mean is it's intended for business, weddings, funerals, that kind of stuff. Formal as in there are expectations for dress, you know? This all fits into elevated fashion, men's semi-formal, or sort of elevated fashion first men's formal, you know? Where the goal with these is not to show up to your office, you know? Nobody shows up to the office looking like this, you know? This isn't like an outfit that you would wear to a funeral or in some like actual you know, like very serious situation or anything like that. It's meant to look really good. See? This is very casual. In terms of formality, this wear right here is barely any more formal than wearing like jeans and a t-shirt, you know? Formality-wise, it's not formal. It's just like elevated, right? It's just higher fashion. But you could wear this easily to a club if you wanted to. And in fact, a lot of people do. In like Miami, I feel you could wear these to a wedding. If it's cocktail attire, then yes. It really depends on like the relative level of formality. Just consider what I'm saying in relation to business dress, you know? God, these look nice. Oh my God, I love that. See, look at that. Okay, here, right here. This is a seersucker jacket. Do you see that texture? Look at that. That is not pattern or print. That's the texture of seersucker. Pretty crazy, right? Very rare to see seersucker clothing these days. Usually only offered by really high-end brands. I don't own anything that's seersucker. I think it has a wonderful look to it in the right environment, and I think it's supposed to feel really, really good in summer. Like it breathes effortlessly. You might as well be wearing nothing at all when it comes to the heat. Seersucker? Yeah, seersucker. You spelled it correctly, Bad Dragon Love. And now we have more Oxford button-downs, but we already looked at that. White cotton linen shirt. More textural. This I would consider a dress shirt. It's just partially made of linen. More knit tie. Man, look at that texture work. Look at how well that pairs with the suit that's being worn. Where are the dress shirts proper? Ooh, deep blue linen. I don't like navy blue, but deep blue is pretty nice. That looks really good. Corduroy shirts. Corduroy shirts. Yeah, t-shirts don't have buttons, holdo real. Pretty much just t-shirts. Corduroy is corduroy, obviously very informal. Don't they have proper dress shirts, or am I misremembering? White Oxford button-down, more of those. Sage sand green one-piece collar linen shirt. Huh, that's a mouthful. Man, look at this color. Oh, no photos with it. Damn. There we go. Look at that. Maybe they don't have full dress shirts here, which would make sense because full dress shirts are quite formal. Chambray spread collar shirt. This is pretty close to like, this is very much on the dressier end, yeah. A bit textural, but man, that looks good. Fuck, that looks so good. Wearing chambray as your like dress shirt sounds so cool. Man, that sounds so fucking good. Oh, here's a band collar shirt. It looks nice. Like band collar, see? Not really my thing personally, but I don't really have an issue with it. They do have sweaters and t-shirts and the like here. It looks like a normal shirt you could find at a thrift store. I promise you, anything offered by the Anthology is higher quality than what you could find at a thrift store. Quality matters quite a bit as well when we're talking about stuff like this, you know? Fit and form are essential when you're talking about like very high quality stuff or stuff that's meant to be like elevated dressy. Why do they have to be so expensive? Because they're very well made. T-shirts, sweaters, polos. I'm not really a polo guy myself. Can't deny it looks good, though. Knitted polo. Oh, these are items that I've never seen anywhere else. They have these like fluffy waffle knit Cuban shirts. Look at that. I think this is this seersucker or waffle? Oh, it's okay, it's waffle. But yeah, it's got like a really nice look to it with the rolled sleeves and everything and the padding at the hem of the shirt. I like that quite a bit. A lot of their more summer beachy stuff is pretty nice. Their popovers as well, which are basically like a kind of polo, I think. They're like they're meant to for the collar to go over whatever jacket you're wearing. I really like this camp collar shirt. I think it looks really good. You can really tell the difference in quality when you see somebody moving around in these clothes. You know, the idea that they're constructed to look good all the time and not just at a very specific angle when facing the camera. Looks good with the suit too. I am myself waffling right now, you've probably noticed. Then these terry popovers. This is an item I haven't seen anywhere else. It's like a bathrobe shirt. Doesn't that look interesting? You know, I have to say, I don't mind it. I think that looks pretty neat. This is very much like a vacationing in a very warm climate. Here's it with a, seersucker trousers. Not trousers, sorry. Drawstring trousers. So soft looking. Yeah, it looks really soft. Look at that. God damn, man. Oh, there's somebody with a hairy chest for those who care. All natural fibers. I mean, this brand doesn't use any like rayon or what acrylic, if you mean. Cool asymmetrical corduroy jacket from. Oh, bird noise. Buck Mason. I am curious about their drawstring trousers. They look really nice. And these are the seersucker ones. I wish they'd put the drawstring on the inside. You could always tuck it in, but these are meant to be very informal. Look at how cozy that looks. Look at how it stretches when he moves his leg. I think I would need to lose a bit of weight before I could buy any pants from the anthology, though. Again, they're a smaller people. All right, sorry. I got really distracted there. I gotta go. Death Craig, thank you for the $8. I have not heard about the recent backlash with Escape from Tarkov, I'm afraid. I'll look at the Moist video. Hydronel, thank you for the $5. I have not seen this TikTok. Maybe I'll look at it next stream? People's reaction to Kent State. I'd like to look at that next stream if possible. Truth Seeker, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'm flattered by any support, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Slyn, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Lady of the Cats, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I was banned 7 days for Fed posting. What is meant by that? Basically, just don't say anything that sounds like an endorsement of violence, and you should be fine. Waggy Gay Gay, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Here's a pro-social and positive use of AI. No! Stop! Clarifying my last donation, the context is that machine learning was/is being used to decipher ancient manuscripts that tell us about Plato's burial site. Destroy all of it. Butlerian Jihad. Butlerian Jihad. I'll look at the thing. Holic Master, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Haven't donated in a while. Hope you're doing well. I am. I hope you are too. Just got SSRIs. Woo. Nice. I hope they work for you. Quarter Wit, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Sometimes it feels like you're the only online presence that covers the meta aspects of dumb arguments. Thank you for the dose of sanity. Yeah, I can't stand feeling like I'm repeating the same thing over and over, so I always want to make sure. I don't want to feel like I'm just one cog in a big machine that tides back and forth as you've got the left-wing argument, then the right-wing argument, the left. Like, even if my arguments are better than the people that I'm arguing against, it feels really unsatisfying to be kind of like locked in that dynamic. I'd rather try and think of it, at least some, not to say I don't do that, just like sometimes I'd like to think of it, I guess, from like a broader perspective, or like try to anticipate the next step in that, I guess. I don't know. Bjornulf Verts, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Really appreciate that. Just got the Lara Croft Tomb Raider compendium of 50 comic issues, a TR coloring book, and TRU Lara Croft figurine. Now have some money. Don't know if your Twitter links are still broken, but here's a drawing I did over the weekend. Oh, I think my Twitter links work right now. Also, I like your drawing very much. It looks nice. I hope you enjoy all of the Tomb Raider memorabilia. We got to finish that game, guys. We're so close. We're so close. Tomb Raider 2 levels. How close are we? How close are we? How close are we, please? How many levels? There's only 3 more after we finish the one that we're in, and one of them is not even a full level. We're so close. We've got to do it, guys. We've got to do it. Gordofero, thank you for the $5. Just saw the Peronism segment. It was great. You did a great job going over Argentinian history, and I support your Spanish pronunciation. Thank you. Yeah, I can't ever get like a deep insight into this stuff just from perusing Wikipedia articles and looking stuff up. But, you know, I want to know at least the basics, right? I was happy that I learned that. Count J. Bach, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for all the suit talk. I work as a pallbearer, and now I hate our shitty suits. Modern suits look like dog shit. They really, genuinely, truly do. It's terrible. I don't know. I just like the idea of putting in. I don't know. I've talked about this so many times. It really is disgusting. Most people just look awful. In men's formal wear and in general. Again, I hate to give the man credit for the one and only thing that he was good about, but if you want to look at a good icon for how recent good men's tailoring was, all you have to do is look back at Ronald Reagan. Again, he was an actor before he was a bad president. He was very fashionable, like extremely. Like, look at that fit. He looks stellar. And he's ancient, too. I mean, you know, this isn't like he's not like a fucking runway model here. Consistently, so many of the suits that he wore, he looked great in them. And that's just because it was around the time we stopped, you know. The drip is unfortunately undeniable. Yeah. Hard to see how well Bill Clinton dressed. Oh man, even Bill Clinton dressed better back then than people do today. In his presidential portrait, he's still wearing higher-waisted pants. It's a lost art. Opinion on Obama's tan suit. Obama's tan suit. Hold on. Obama's tan suit looked good in large part because of the high-waisted trousers. Though his tie seems to be covering where the triangle would be, so maybe he didn't have on high-waisted trousers? No, he did. Here we go. I'm sure you all can understand how this flow and fit would be ruined if his belt was right here and he had like a triangle of shirt visible right here. I still don't think it's a stellar fit, by the way. I mean, you can take a look at like what he looked like walking around, and I think it's too slim fit. You know, I think there needs to be more roundness in the chest. I think it could fit better. But he is a slim guy, so to an extent, it's characteristic of his build. I think that suit should move. You know, a little bit. There should be a bit of form and flow. Shut up, SDL. Yeah, look at how much worse it looks when you have that triangle of fabric. See? Like, comparison, you know? As soon as you have that visible triangle, instantly, like, the form just goes out the window. Even with somebody this handsome. Even fucking Ryan Gosling isn't able to save that. Why is the bottom button always done? Cultural reasons. The suit had a collar gap, though? Oh, yeah, no kidding. This isn't that bad of one. He's leaned really far forward, but yeah, that's still a collar gap. Yeah, this could be solved by introducing more roundness, more fullness into the chest, so that when he leans forward, the back of the collar sort of holds to his neck, rather than being held up by the rigidity of the jacket's shape. I think those brands have some fine stuff, JK863, though they're not going to save, like, you know, men's fashion. The color is garbage. I'm not a huge fan of this shade of tan, personally. Okay, I have to finish this. I want to leave. I want to go. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. You can lean however you want in a well-made suit, Lacan. Move all Israelis to North Texas, rebuild all the holy sites, realize you just validated the Mormon mythos. Yeah, true. They're the ones who are winning in the long run. Sugs with the $5. Hey, Vosh, thoughts on the suit I wore for my brother's wedding? I don't want to rate your guys' fits. I don't want to. I'm always just going to say, nice, smile. I don't want to rate them, especially for suits. You guys realize that my standards for suit care is literally like, yeah, there's a tailor in Seville Row, and if you only spend $8,000 like getting a fucking bespoke suit, then you'll look good, right? I'm this is not a good standard to be held to now. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But I'm thinking and I think it looks good. Or I'm looking and I think it looks good. I think that the trousers should be wider at the base, like significantly, you know, ideally. And I think that you could have a bulkier tie to complement the curve of the chest out. But altogether, no, I think that's rather good. I think that it is good. Ian G, I muted you for an hour for being doomer, and you come back, and your message to me is, serious question, how do you maintain optimism with all the bad stuff going on? To the Shadow Realm with you. Goodbye. You've not spent enough time touching grass. God, hold on. Since I've shown it off before, but somebody asked about how you can move in a suit jacket without getting a collar gap. See? Isn't the fold bad? Well, no, it's cloth. It has to fold if you're moving, right? What a nice tweed jacket. Thank you. Yeah, I like it very much. See, notice how even as I hunch forward, see? Like, I can go pretty far, you know? And it continues to adhere. All right. Don't care plus professor plus gay. Even when buttoned? Well, you shouldn't really be buttoning your suit jacket while you're seated, but yes, even if I button it. I think that's pretty impressive. I'm very happy with this fit. It's not even bespoke. It's off the rack. I didn't even have it edited for me. I still need to get the sleeves finished. Look, I still have the buttons. I haven't had them attached. Maybe a half-inch taken off the sleeve length, too. Shoulders look too poofy, though. That's a deliberate stylistic choice. It's a masculinizing feature, which I appreciate because I'm a boy. Despite many claims to the contrary. Failed Punk, thank you for the $5. Do you have any ideas on how to stay in the lane of punkish anti-fashion while also not looking like a slop lol? There is no such thing as anti-fashion. You are not rebelling against the concept of fashion. You are just adopting different stylistic signifiers, which is totally fine. But find people who dress like that and see what makes them look good, you know? Angsty Tuna, thank you for the 1337. Thank you very, 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 very much. Tomb Raider, true. And Leafar, thank you for the $5. I hope that you enjoy both your birthday and your physical copy of Disco Elysium. That fucking rules. Hell yes. That's rad. I thought you ended stream an hour ago. Yeah, I probably should have. I will say, though, what I meant about the roundness of the jacket is if I... See, I'm wearing shorts with this, see? But if I just... there we go. If I just stand normally, you can see the jacket has a lot of shape out on its own. Even when I have it buttoned like so, like a lot of curve out, like that. And the benefit of that is that it gives shape to the jacket that you can't really supply just with your body. Those are shorts? Yes? Let me read the super chats. Super chat. ZRZ, thank you for the $2. James with AZ, thank you likewise. Forbes Watson, thank you for the $5. We're still good. And Raven's Dumb Crap, thank you for the 10 Canadian. Any plans on covering the insane fascist takeover of Alberta, Canada? The province government gave themselves power to yeet municipally elected officials, among other insane shit. Danielle Smith is her name. No, I don't know anything about that. That sounds crazy, though. I should look into that. That seems pretty important. Vosh, that jacket does not work if your shirt isn't black or... I just brought it out to show the fit. Of course, I'm wearing a shirt that's almost the exact same color as the jacket. Of course it's not... I'm wearing cotton shorts right now, like fucking, like I know we're not constructing a whole outfit here. I was just, you know. Oh wait, another thing you can show. Look, collar gap. Collar gap. What do you even mean by collar gap? If I like this, this would be like a collar gap. The space between the collar and the neck on the back or on the sides. New fashion trend, suit jacket with shorts. You know what the anthology offers? The anthology offers a lazy man jacket, which is their take on an unstructured suit jacket that can be worn in a way, way, way more casual context. They're wearing them with trousers here, but... Well, that's why you got to go outside, Orange August. Trying to find a good example. Leisure suits need to make a comeback. I agree. Buck Mason actually has their own unstructured jacket, and I think it's only like $180. I mean, I don't know why I'm saying I think. I literally have one. It's right behind me. I just got one. What's going on with the pants? Those are linen trousers. It's a casual outfit. All right. I'm being annoying and also acting to my own detriment because I am very hungry and would like to eat. Thank you all for the stream. I had a really good time. I feel better today than I have in a while, and I think a lot of that is because I slept, and I also think that a lot of that is because I like my job. I don't know. I like my job. It's, you know, some people say it's easy. It's hard sometimes. It's easy a lot of the times. It's a nice job. I like it. I like you guys. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to send you off to... I had it in mind earlier, but then I don't know if they've... Lumiru! We haven't hosted Lumiru in ages. Go on to Lumiru, say hello to them. How do you do and all? And I will see you guys tomorrow. I think I'm on good terms with Lumiru. It's been a while. I don't remember there being an issue. Let's operate in the assumption that we're fine. Take care, folks. See you soon.